You should let me. Is this subliminal message? Screen. Why did that pop up on my screen? I don't want to show more. Okay, I'm going to give it to you. All right. I'm in Florissant, Missouri. Good evening, everyone. Happy birthday to me. It is 9:39, 9:37, just depending on which clock you look at. Central Standard Time, PM, 82 degrees, and it is rain that is stopping soon, but for me, the rain continues. This is me, your host. Let me see if I can see if I can reduce, and they don't have my camera. I'm going to turn off this camera. Turn off. Okay. It's still dark. Things have changed. Change is change. That still looks open. Hey, I see I have a viewer. I am your hostess with the mostest. Um, Go as Val. I'm here to celebrate my birthday and thank you, viewers, now and in advance for watching this timeless, universal soul awakening. I have so much to share, and yet I just want to sit with you for a moment and exhale with you. I've made it another year. We are making it through this mass awakening, and I'm just excited to be on the journey with everyone and to start to help make sense out of it all. Um, I'm going to start with happy birthday to me, to us, to we. Okay, it's another it's another born day of deliverance, of non-judgment, and judging ourselves, judging our lives in a fair way to ourselves. And I'll be honest that it took me to tarot cards or tarot, however you pronounce it. It took me doing things that I thought were unthinkable and taboo, and yet I was able to maintain my integrity for the most part. Not something I would be so shamed that I couldn't recover from. And so there's the obvious, everybody's going through their awakening. What I am doing is helping those who are ready and making sure I'm doing my part by being, one, prepared, and two, by making myself available without going overboard, And so, welcome to my channel, and feel free to ask. And I'm going to talk about some topics. There are some names I'm going to name, but at that point, I will give them the opportunity to for us to have deeper conversations. People that are in the spotlight, and so the world is judging herself, itself, her children, and we're coming up with our answers as honestly and the best way we know how. So forgive me that I do not have my um, camera part making sense yet. Let me see if I can. I'll see if I can get my camera without being too distracting. But feel free to say hello. I see two viewers. Free to say hello. I'm from St. Louis, and I live here in the 314 area code. And it's raining tonight. It's my birthday, and I am happy truly to be alive and excited to be a part of what's about to take place. You know, um, it's cancer season. That's mixed messages for people, how they feel about the heat, how they feel about the world. We're at an apex. And I'm ready to be part of that plot twist. you know, or be the plot twist, inject myself into this, back into the matrix, if you will. Everybody's talking about getting out, and I want to get, I want to get in, because I'm new to the game. I'm new to the game, and it's exciting to step away from normalcy and see, you know, what the unknown is really about, to make it known. Okay. Um, tried to turn on my. I'm just gonna go with it. I'm gonna go with it. Tried to turn on my. Tried to turn on my camera part, and it didn't come on. But I do see. Do I see? Yeah. Okay. So I do see the sound coming through, and I'm just gonna keep on trying. You have to, I call troubleshooting your life. I'm still shooting some trouble. It's not recording, but it does say live. Okay, so it's enough for me to talk to myself out loud and not to feel like that's a bad thing. I've I've done worse. Let me do that. Let me say that I have done worse. And it does put us into a different frequency and a different space when you have no one listening, allegedly, and the whole world listening, and 3,000 subscribers or a million subscribers. I'm sure that brings its own merit and own weight. And for those who kind of drug their past insecurities along with them, Victor Odo comes to mind, just continuing to valgamize. I'm going to use that word again because he's got victory. He has victory in his name, and it's time for us to really stop undervaluing our our worth, beyond money. And that's what it's going to take, is take money off the table as it pertains to our worth. Do that first. Life is precious, life is valuable on every level. Now from there, how do we make that personal? Well, I'm nothing without me, and I'm only a fraction of me without my faith, without my relationships, which I allowed to die, allowed to go through a transformation process, because that's what we're teaching right now. And few are teaching that those relationships don't have to die, doesn't have to sound so final. They can resurrect on the other side, whether that be literal physical death, or whether that's death of distance, So I feel like having that thread to stitch it all together to make this pandemic make sense, to continue to live on, I had to step out, because I put a big question out there, to an authority in my life, a creditor in my life, who by law doesn't have to care. He didn't come here in my space to care. He came to make good on his ventures. And he basically told me he empathized, and that he can't say that he would feel any different in my situation. And that was honorable, but it wasn't enough. It wasn't the glue to make it make sense, and make it, more so, make it make dollars. I didn't come here to struggle. I didn't come here to rehash old wounds. I came on the planet once I got on the plan. I came to resurrect um, common sense, common decency, all things that we say were no longer common. You know, come on. I did it. I did it. I look for healthy spaces and healthy opportunities to inject that laughter until we can get back to a healthy balance of comedy, personal health care, personal hygiene, and taking the sting out of it. You know, to talk about the stigma, to talk about that which is supposed to be so very natural, and it is very natural part of grooming and keeping oneself um, fresh and alive. And yet there's always someone to give us the example of the contrast. What's the other side of if we don't hold it together, you know? And it's become so heavy that no one can hold it all, you know? No one can grieve the way they need to because so much grief has been shown and shed, and yet we have things that numb us, like regular TV or whatever. So we're all here balancing each other until someone gets to the core, till someone steps out. And I step out. I've taken that challenge with or without. And knowing that I have the support of the collective and the support of angels, and everyone wants relief at this point. Everyone wants relief. And I start with me first. You know, on my birthday, it is my gift to me. I could not ask for a greater gift than to use the gift I've already got, which is my voice, which is my passion. And people keep, you know, they say follow your passion or follow your own voice, what you say you're going to do. So that's what I'm doing, even without the visual. Because my strongest, if somebody said you can only use one, it would be my voice. As much as I love to dance and have music, this is a sobering moment for me to um, clarify my intention to the world, to see through my vision, to restore us our own sense of power, make it all make sense, and burn, do away with, rectify the the injustice that's still written in books, that's still stored somewhere. My daughter is like playing some whoever rapping, they thanking God, and that's enough for me. People start saying, you know, what God, which God, you know, because we all don't serve the same God. On a level we do. On the level that matters most, we serve the same God. And that part is not individuated. We all want to be heard in our truest voice. And we want to look back and say, yes, I passed my test. You mean I did that well? You mean I surprised myself. I didn't know whatever. At least passed. But we want more than that. We want well done. We want bravo. We want congratulations. We want you did it. You made it. Or I did it. We want, everybody can tell us that, but until we hear it in our own voice to our own self, and that's what I'm doing right now. I did it. I gave myself, I received enough faith, I received enough report, enough support to step out as an ordinary, as a regular, as an irregular, as a black, as a disinterested party who cares so much about people, about how they feel, and that not being a bad thing. And everybody playing their part. If they've been saying, she throwing shade or he throwing shade or this ain't nothing or this, you know, everybody's doing their part. Everybody's saying what they're supposed to be saying. We don't need the other person to be wrong to be right. You either left-handed or right-handed. You're going to lead with one of them feet if you're going somewhere. One of your foots. We know enough to know that we want our dignity back. I know enough to know no matter how perfect one person would want to be or wouldn't want to be subconsciously, they want to know the rest of the world ain't going to be hating. Sure, it sounds great at one point, they hating, they hate. It sounds good, I guess. I don't need that much heat. So we come as we feel comfortable or not, and for me, I couldn't find a comfortable enough place to expose myself to the world. And that's what I was being called to do, the potential to expose myself to everybody, anybody that does good detective work, because we all point back to ourselves anyway. I was like, well, here I am what I am. And I saw how people were just going around in a circle with that, and some stepping out and just doing it, just being it. And you think, I want to be that. And you're that. You're going to do you, even if you don't think you're doing you. So do you well. And I do me very well. I realized I really didn't need all of the accolades. I didn't need the whole world patting me on my back. I need to know one person was proud of me. And for the longest, it was my mother. For the longest, it was my daughter. For the longest, it was a man, my father, my boyfriend, my husband, my brother, the government, the supervisor. And after a while, it was like, how do I feel about me? Like, I do love me. It ain't, it's no unhealthy pride. I can weasel my way through, self-esteem without it sounding like I ain't humble. I know the right words to say. I know authenticity when I hear it. And it was like, okay, that's not enough. Like, what do you mean that ain't enough? I came to self-actualization a lot of times, self-realization a lot of times. It's like, okay, I get it. The world is messed up. What are we going to do about it? You got to change. You got to change yourself first. I don't need to change. I don't want to change. And so it's like I had to create a need. God had to create a need in my life. And nothing else. I knew how to love. I knew how to be patient. I knew how to have temperance. So I was untempered. I was left in the cold. I was, I found ways to try to understand the other person. And they call this a fancy word, existentialism. It's basically the exodus. It's basically the separation anxiety from whatever you believed in and not believing that it really did happen. You know it did, but a part of you is just in denial. You have this question of, how can I live without blank? And whatever that blank is, you feel it. You F-E-E feel it, F-E-E-L feel it, you F-I-L-L feel it. The loss of a mother, the loss of a sister, the loss of a brother. And no matter how wrong or bad the situation is, it does not take away from the feeling of loss that you didn't want it in the first place, even if you understand it. But you at least need some understanding. And the world can't offer you that. And that the most religion and spirituality in its regular form offers you something called the peace that surpasses understanding, and that we call joy. And that's kind of where I just kind of hovered and hung out with my moms at, in that ether realm. And that tribal feeling, even as a lone wolf, even as a reunion with my own spiritual tribe, if you will, of self and self understood and counsel, knowing there is no education outside of me greater than I am, greater than myself. Call it what you want. And so I, I started getting past talking the obvious all the time, not judging and just being able to be real with my feelings. We do see people when they're fat, when they're ugly, when they're pretty, these outer definitions. The world has went through great complexity in science to say what's attractive, the eyes, the nose, and how far they are apart. So yes, we know when someone is not called the sexiest person or the most beautiful woman alive. And I heard Maya Angelou say she had decided a long time ago she wasn't going to win the Pretty Award. So she decided she would be smart. That in itself was smart. That in itself was a moment of decision to not try to compete where there was no need for competition. But the world has a thing called versus. This versus that. And it's a pitting against each other. It's the rubbing your nose in it. It's the monitor, the face. It's the mirror, mirror. The moment you got to ask more than once, you're asking for a second opinion, a third at that point. And at that point, you're sounding out and receiving the opposite side. It's coming in backwards or forwards, depending on the vibration you're using, it depending on the intention. You're trying to make yourself right or just be right, or make yourself left. You're the only one that's going to make a decision to get better, get well, or not get well. How do you feel about it? And nobody's asking you those questions, everything except for your subconscious. It gets so confusing, you don't want to deal with it one way or the other. We call it denial, but who is telling you how to deal with it? I am here to help. To help you deal with it, to give you your power back, to make decisions for yourself, and not, you don't have to worry about right and wrong for somebody else. You don't have to worry. You don't have to work at what feels good. Just somebody telling you on the real without it sounding nasty. F them. You ain't got to F nobody. Keep your F. Keep your magic. Keep your energy. Or give it away. You'll get your F back. We really don't mean ourselves harm. But a lot of people have forgotten how to talk to each other. Some just don't know. Others just don't care. And others a little bit of both. And somebody's got to care long enough and hard enough or light enough to not get caught up in, the person's nail length or their subscribers or non-subscribers, where their political affiliation is, if they believe in pride or no pride. I believe we need a sense of pride to get back that sense of self, that nobody can cross that boundary no matter what pair of clothes they have on or not, no matter what their uniform says, no matter what their badge says. There's no recipe and formula more powerful than your belief in yourself and somebody else speaking those kind of powerful words of wellness. And I'm here to do it all. I'm not going to jab you in your back. You can't show me some negative part of you and I turn away like, I can't get with that. I'm not going to do that to you. I'm not going to smile in your face and try to take your place. There is truly enough room over here in my space, in my piece of the world. There's plenty of love. My kids are big enough to share me, and I'm big enough to take me back. Nobody can tell me how smart I am or how smart I'm not. I got my own self in check. And I'm just here to share with other people how to do the same for themselves. And I'm here to make this money so green. You hear me? So moist. Where we make it all right, and every tear ever shed, whatever I can do to bottle them puppies up, whatever I can do, I'm here as that channel. Okay, that's what I'm about. Holler back at me. I'm not going anywhere. When I'm up, I'm up. And when I'm down, I'm trying to get up. When I'm down, I'm downloading. And I got the attitude sometimes like Super Mario. I plow through this life with love, with compassion, no matter what I hear and how I hear it. Everybody's got their story. Everybody's got their narrative. And we're constantly told to change our narrative, change your story. It sounds like coercion. I'm not asking you to change your story. Leave your story as is. I'll buy it. I'll buy it for $1. You can sum your story up in a minute. Give me $1. You miss somebody. You miss somebody and you don't know what to do about it. And you don't have to miss them anymore. You don't have to miss yourself. I don't miss me anymore. I don't feel like I have to sacrifice anything. And yet, I'm so ready to get rid of some of this stuff. In a good way. I don't hate anybody. I don't hate anything. It's too much energy to take people through all them changes, take yourself through all them changes. We have manifested real human life. That's the circle of life enough. Even if we don't go to the grave, we know they went somewhere. We know we got here somehow. And by observing life and birth, we know that the mother, the woman, the one who bleeds and restores herself in a matter of weeks and days and hours, it's manifested. We're finally taking back that power to manifest in other ways, not just a baby, not just a job or a career, but our imagination. And somebody that can tell you how to do that without you feeling knowing once you got to 20 or 30 or 2 years old or five, whatever the age is, because you're not like him or her or them. And what makes being unique special? Sometimes you don't want to be like everybody else. Sometimes you do want to be like everybody else. Nothing wrong with either one of them. Nothing wrong with being wrong, but being wrong. It's 10:09 p.m. Central Standard Time. I am Go Ask Val. My cash app is $Go Ask Val. GOASKVAL. My dream was to be a talk show host. And then the floodgates got uh, flooded. The airwaves got flooded with frequencies. So much static. So much static on the lines of our radio waves, our bandwidth it's enlarging itself for more and more channels. We're becoming our own hive, and that's great if we're happy with what we see. But we have to first be honest if we like what we see on the inside, and then we have to, if not, we got to get happy on that or believe that we can. And I know that I can. What started off as listening to people say they wish they could change the world, and not making it concrete enough, not speaking it enough to believe that one person truly can do it. Like, all it takes is to say that I will and I can and I did and I do, or whatever, in the right order or any order at all. And so I said it, I'm saying it, and this is that deeper love to say I'm still not going to let the world rule me, but I got some rules on how my body gets touched, how I talk about adult affairs, adult topics, and I want to do so, and I choose to do so with grown up words. We don't have to use bitches and hoes to get our point across, but we can, and we can qualify those words, what it means to us. Some people have already vowed, you know, ain't nobody like my daddy. My daddy did this for me. Ain't nobody gonna take the place of my mom or my granddaddy or my first husband who gave his life, whatever the or whatever it is, whatever your story, that's your framework. When you compare everybody in every situation up to that, you hold they hold no candle, they hold no light. That person appreciates that who has crossed over, but they want you to live. Don't let their dying be in vain, just in the blood. Share the best part of your story. The best part is I'm here. The best part is I still got all of my limbs. I made it back from Crazyville, from Kamikazeville. I made it back from out of the cold, being frozen, being, stabbed in the back, stabbed in the front, stabbed in the side. I've been back. I'm flourishing in so many ways. And yes, there were times I lost the faith. There ain't no need of lying. I gave up, like, not on what I felt like I knew, but that anybody really cares to hear the truth. Do they need sensationalism? Do they need you to do a song and a pony dance? Do they need you to strip naked? What do they need from you to let you be you to the fullness? Do you have to sign over your life? Do you have to sign a contract that's got words in it that you don't understand? And they just trying to get to their next commission check. Everybody got a formula. It's the same formula, different label. Some simple, some complex. At the end of the day, is it me? Does it really resonate with all that I want to bring to the table? And do I want to add to this pot of opinion? Humble as it might be, prideful as it might be, do I want to add to it? And is this the solution? And is it now? I got the answers to all those questions. I didn't just ask them, but I couldn't ask my friends. I made sure of that. I couldn't ask them. I tried, I wanted to, but every time I did, I popped somehow. So we start hearing people suggest moving in silence. I'm like, what? I can't do that either. And I don't want to be yelling and coming off, to too too loud for one group or the other. My nose is brown, but that don't mean nothing. I don't need it to mean. The rest of me is brown too. A little pink here and there, but that's not my point. My point is I am so ready to be that one, be that nucleus, and stop with the false humility. That's the one right there. The false humility that I see across the board of, whether it's being hurt as if we didn't hurt other people, or that we haven't hurt ourselves. That's the big one, honestly. That we were mad at ourselves at a point, and I was able to articulate that to other people before I jumped on and tried to say that and convey that to somebody else. I was mad at me because I couldn't figure me out. And I was using people as a kind of mirror. Yes, enjoying them, enjoying love, and all the other letter words. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 12 letter words. As much as life could offer. In the emotional bank, in the mental hood bank, all of that. But I knew I couldn't get so caught up in one person's story to include my own, that if it was time to push forward, I had said too many times, I ain't turning back. Reminded in my own hearing, my own words was back there to bite me if in case I was going to try to play and fake the funk. Ain't me. No, it is. It's me. I am that self-esteem. I'm that wind beneath wings. I am that clean stream of me. Big enough to own up and big enough to tell you it really ain't nobody's business. But I wanted it to be everybody's business at that point. I'm like, shit, why not? What we hiding from? You know, I don't have them issues. I, I heard somebody asking all kind of morbid questions, all kind of just not enough life. It's like, I'm not going to answer that. That's not what I'm on. It's not to be rude. We forgot just how to say no. I don't want to. Girl, why not? Girl, because I said so. I don't have to use creative energy to want to be seen, to want to be naked in front of the mirror and love myself. I'm appreciating these ladies, bringing their breast out, their cleavage just as big as they can. This coming from another black woman that loves black women, period. Because I love myself. I'm black, I'm brown, and I'm a woman, so I do have a connection with white women on the sense of we all bleed every month at some point on the normalcy side. But it ain't natural that we do it fighting, working, no break. That ain't normal. We know that ain't natural. We know like it's the norm, meaning a lot of people do it, and it's we've learned how to try to take that as acceptable. And one I couldn't swallow was people talking about the 1% being rich and the other ones being poor. I'm like, we do know that it's all about people, right? So how can 1% have the money and be controlled? I just it was like I'm screaming in a tube. It's like we're just making no sense. And it sure wasn't making dollars. And I'm like, even if we got people saying we got millionaires popping up all over the place, I had a bigger problem. We got trash everywhere on the street. Pick up them dollars. We call it Mother Earth. We call it acts of God. Why God so angry? Why are we so angry? I'll tell you what gets my goat when I see a bunch of trash on the street. And I'm talking about regular paper trash. You ain't got to get all deep with the blood. That's if we don't get the paper right, if we don't get the laws right, if we don't get that cotton right, if I can put on blue and that means I'm in the truth, if I can stand serious and not blink not blink for 5 seconds and that means it's true, we have lost our way for real. That's dumb for real. But it's not dumb to know there's something wrong with the world and to feel frustrated that you don't feel like you're big enough, that you're strong enough. That's not dumb. That's wisdom. But you can't let control over the media be control over me. We understand movies versus news, but do we understand that it's still all an act? An act of who? Who are we calling God? Who are we giving honor and credence to, credit to? What we got in our mouth, what we talk about. And I actually got tired of seeing so many people say they're healers. Like, we don't need that many healers. We need whole people. We need people to heal themselves. We need people to learn how to have confidence in getting their own uh, band-aid and their own peroxide and their own sense of ownership and not having to feel like that's a bad thing or a hard thing or whatever. It's like, let's get through it. You know, somebody said the other day, I heard them on the YouTube. I listened to all of them. I heard somebody say, oh, people are obsessed with oppression. That is a bad combination. And I can't even, I can actually say, yes. Yes, I was. Not am, but I was. I'm over it. I'm past it. You made a sentence out of it. You made a phrase. I take it on as mine so that I can transfer it, transmute it, transform it. Obsessed with oppression so that I can make sure no one else has to. That they know that it isn't always a choice. But if they ever come to a place that they hear that there's an option, they need to take it. They need to seize it. They need to clamp down on it. And that's what I believe for myself. That's what I've believed for a long time. And I had so many talents that I didn't know which way to go. Like, gotta make it make sense. And that's what I'm doing. I don't want to cry no more. I want people to know you don't have to cry anymore. You can if you want to. I remember that part in a check out the movie Equilibrium. That's a good one. The little white boy and white girl, supposedly sisters and brother, sister and brother. They were in class in school and they heard a sound and they both kind of looked at each other and without too much gesture, they understood and understood and around stood, whatever. They sat actually. They sat in their seat and they knew it's over. It's good. We made it home. And I'm saying that to my brothers and sisters, my co gods and goddesses, my people that have taken on a sense of sonship and ownership and censorship and uncensorship, the whole thing, all them ships, for just standing your ground where you were or crumbling at your knees where you were, just or transitioning, letting go um, to the ether realm and still searching for somebody to communicate across the airwaves, across the sky zone, across the moon and around the moon and around the sun and back and down through the annals of time and resurrecting the Atlantis and talking to the Pleiadians and all that woo woo Star Trek Fantasy Island all wrapped up in one on a Sesame Street kind of afternoon. And saying it's as easy as you want to make it or hard. And for me, I'm easy street. I'm done with the hard part. It only gets easier because it's so simple. People say it's not simple, or it's easy but not simple, or it's just shut up with it. It's easy. One, two, three. I've done it already. I've gotten up in the morning. I've made my bed sometimes I didn't. Sometimes I felt like a nut, sometimes I didn't. Most times I took the role of a man so that I could give my children structure, and I sacrificed my feminine explorations to include wearing feminine clothes, but I didn't go so butch. I didn't go so dagger that I couldn't find my way back to a feminine power beyond my clothes. Knowing that they also show us pictures of men in robes and, without a seam. For me, they still are all pictures, whether they're in black and white, all of that. It's still a picture on a screen. Some people can say, like Maya Angelou, she can say they hid the black man in the back of the wagon and covered him in potatoes or, things. I know what it's like to smuggle. Don't get me wrong. But at some point, we do sound like going to our mama. Look at this. Look at this. I got hurt outside. Look at this. What, if you don't get out of my face. That was, I went up. I don't know who that was for. You don't get out of my face. My child used to do that to me after being married. And he would just call me and just call out her name. I ain't gonna say no names, but I can say my sons. I got more than one. And I got to the point where it was like, what? What do you want? What do you want me to say? Do you just want to stir up some kind of drama? You want me to, again, I got to be like, I felt like Jesus. You bringing me a person caught in adultery, but you're only bringing one person. You handed out punishment and curses, but you leaving one person out. Y'all remember that story in the Bible, Genesis, the very beginning. Excuse me. Adam, Eve, and the other one, the serpent. And what was going on with that? When the story gets to the part where, do what did who told you were naked? And Eve said, the serpent. Adam said, the woman you gave me. Nobody didn't ask the serpent. And I know some people say it's an illusion. Well, why the illusion stop? Because maybe the third party showed up, which was the God in the situation. I don't know. I got some theories though. Yes, it was her subtle consciousness of realizing that her body had changed. That maybe the story of Adam and Eve is incest, two brothers and sisters, where there's this third older person saying, hey, y'all gonna be grown-ups when you do this, drink this beer, take this drug, you're gonna be like God, you're gonna be like your mom, you're gonna be like your grandmama, good, bad, or otherwise, whether they meant it as a compliment or a curse. They was listening to somebody else. And how many of no matter how long it takes or doesn't take, you can tell somebody not to do something. Don't look at that tree. Don't touch that tree over there. If nothing else, it got their attention. And I am hearing people today say on the YouTube, it shouldn't matter if it's just in your head. And then on the other YouTube channel, they saying thoughts become things. And somebody saying pornography is not wrong. Somebody else saying at the end of the day it's just acting. And another day we say somebody got a Grammy Award for being the best actor. But we say thoughts become things. So how is it any different? Who is making the distinction between Hollywood and your own life? You have your own show, but if somebody is always in your face, if you always got your phone in your hand, and I'm here to judge it so we can move on out of that space of not judging it. It's wrong. It's stupid. It's dumb. And saying that with all due respect or disrespect, whatever you choose, I care enough not to care. I believe in myself, my higher self, my lower self, my other self. I believe in you. I believe in me. I believe in God. I just believe. You hear me? Belly Eve. Eve had a story. She said she was tricked, beguiled, misled. And instead of blaming her, I stood in her soles because she ain't had no shoes. Let y'all tell it. She was just walking around barefoot, white and pale and naked, wrapped around a tree. She's always pale. She's always looking like some JPEG of 1970, back when the 880 was the Windows 3.1. Some of y'all ain't even know what I'm talking. It's my birthday, 1033 and 1031. Because I read the zodiacs, the tarot, the Bible, the Quran, you know, I read it all. The Jehovah's Witness, I was going to get over there on the Mormons in a minute. The Sabbath day, Abba Daddy, Mama, maybe. Hey, get it in, mix it up, see what sticks, see what principles you come up with, see what rules you come up for your own life. And yes, everybody has a strong opinion. That's what holds your vibration together. And then when people start rocking your world, that's when you start breaking up like an email. Break the hell out like you got the chicken pox, like you got the mask on. Everybody got an opinion. It used to just be put your boots on, because here comes some BS. Now we got the mask, we got the bonnet, and I ain't mad. But before the bonnet was the beret. People walking in through the outdoor. He made an observation. Prince and the Revolution. Kirk Franklin, do you want a revolution? Who? These are these are these are call outs. Who is a call out to the owl? Our Father. And since nobody made that clear, now I do know my daddy, but I had a few other names that I could still associate with Jefferson, and I decided to claim them all. Thomas Jefferson, George Jefferson, that ain't his real name. Shut your pie hole. I finally got a piece of my pie. Your names, what you call yourself, what you've been calling yourself, take it in. I know I am. I'm not going to let nobody talk me out of my blessing. Jefferson was a slave master's name. That's just your slave name. You know what? Yep. Get here. I got two Steve Harvey. In fact, I bought like four of them. Steve Harvey wallets. Long before I knew anything about this situation with him and Monique, I love them all. I had to come to grips, not to let nobody put words in my mouth, and I can change my words if I want to. But for the most part, my answers don't change. For why? Because I make up my mind, and I'm willing to take on consequences, the sequences, without feeling like I have to wear a crown on my head or do somebody's yoga. Trust me, I plan on it. And I've sampled yoga means union, but I'm already unified with myself. I've already stretched myself. I already know what I look like inside and out. And I can't never see my full backside until I look in the mirror. So for me, it is about looking in that distant place, going back to looking into the invisible places, the places where you might have missed yourself. When you dressed up and you waited for him, or drank the whole bottle of wine, or wanted to rub it in his face like they tell you to do with dogs. Rub his nose in it. I was up last night, whatever. I'm just giving an example out. I sleep so well. You need to know. You need to know that there's somebody who can be proud of themselves without or with being ratchet. I can take on queen status. I can take on words. Say words will never hurt me. No, they have. They've hurt me before. I let them. I thought I could play with fire, and I did. Life ain't failure. It's life. I just failed to tell people. The devil ain't all bad, Joe. I don't know who people call the devil, but my past ain't all bad. And people say take the good with the bad as if you really had a choice. And now I feel we do. It depends on who you let speak into your life and what you decide to replay. And we're not victims in that sense. Victor and victim stand, it's the only difference is the last two letters. And for me, the end. I'm addicted to addiction. I'm addicted to love. I'm addicted to speaking my voice. And we have been expressing ourselves. And some people would rather keep silent. So I tip my hat to those who have been depressed and anxious and having panic attacks and pushing the button and nobody ain't showed up. Well, I'm showing up and I'm showing out for everybody who's went through it and called crazy. And like that's a hallmark now. We got people, you know, fighting for mental health. Stop fighting. Stop fighting yourself. I know I did. That was the only scary part for me, honest. My scary part was I don't want to I don't want to keep reverbing that. If I talk about it, will we ever get it as a people? Will I get it? Will I get pulled back into the dialogue? And so my prayer was, God, I want a stopping point to even me having to talk about healing. And I heard it with Queen Afua, who said basically she wanted to be a singer and a dancer, but after all that she had experienced in life or whatever, her calling was to heal. And so that's what she's doing, and I honored it. And she looked just gorgeous and beautiful and majestic in her get up, her I'm gonna call it what the Catholic Church has tried to personify in their world, and it's fine for them. Like I said, whatever. Um, but for the Black woman, it's her in her own right, in her own glory for all that she's done already and is going to do through giving us uh, a sense of to come to terms with our own body and reclaiming that, our own vagina, our own pussy, our own bitchness, our own creepiness, our own moon, our own Menzi, our own sun, beyond even children. I can be a woman and I can have my testosterone, my estrogen, my hormones. I can be in harmony with myself. And I don't have to explain myself, but the moment that you don't feel pressured to, you're good. The moment you set your camp up, when I had my son, my contractions never got regular. So I asked the midwives, can y'all show me a mirror and let me sit up a little bit? I feel like gravity go to the hospital to have my baby. But I had already grown in knowledge that I wanted a female. And she was patient with me. I can call it like it is. The white doctor got tired of me pushing and stopped pushing. He was like, screw it. Made me out of a blooming onion and poof, hypodermic needle straight to my coocat. Blew up like a blooming onion. He just snip, 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 cut me and let my son get out. I'm like, that was rude. That was, again, people calling it, that was rape. He didn't talk to me about it. He didn't, walk me through it the same way you walk by people with their change. This is $20 bill, um, out of your $10.42, 58 makes 11, and count up 12, 13, 14, 5 makes 20. If I can do that with the money, if I can do that with external things, surely you can tell me what you finna do to my body. I've come to you to help me deliver my son, and you jab me in my vagina. And I can't say I could have did that at home. So the white man became my enemy with a white coat. I went to have a baby. I came back with stitches. We called it a episiotomy. And little did I know. I was sore in more ways than one. But I was happy to see my baby. I was happy this is my first born son, and yada yada. But we learn to bury our pain and think our pain won't cry, think our pain won't come back to us. It's not to bury it and keep it under the rug. We just need time to process. We need time to unpack. Nobody wants to unpack after the trip. Like, I didn't wear the clothes. I got the bag, and the clothes dirty if you didn't do the laundry while you was there. It's like, whatever. But we have to make full circle with our stuff, or somebody will have to. Call it the afterbirth, call it the after pain, call it the postpartum. We got to sit with it. We got to sit with the good and the bad of not knowing who we are until somebody else comes along and gives us a nudge or whatever. And some people do go to drugs, but why are we making such a big difference between Walgreens and Pookie? And not Walgreens or whomever. Yeah, I do have a problem with Walgreens. That's real. That's real. I'm stepping out on the competition. Nobody else. Since when? This is the free enterprise. This is the free enterprise. You all, and I say you all, they made a monster out of me. But I'm intelligent. I do my hair most of the time. And I always brush my teeth, the ones that are left. And I plan on getting some more. And they're going to be fangs and diamonds and shit. I'm gonna show a little bit of my hood. I already decided that. They taking the hood from us. Don't wear your hood in here. Wear your mask. Jump 3 times, bark like a dog. You know, Hook, line, and sinker. Cast your net on the other side. Fish is a man, fish is a boy, fish is a girl, fish is a buffalo. Alligators. Everything is under, quote, man's control. And somebody said we're only human. Well, I differ. And I do not have to beg. And if it's inviting to anyone else, you are a son and a daughter and a child of the Most High. You are Zion's calling. And I decided the people that I loved, I would give them respect, whether they were in jail or out of jail. And I would let them know I'm not going to let your situation, and that took a long time, kids. I'm going to tell you, you got to be a kid before you can be a goat. Some of y'all just dicks, man. seeing that thing backwards. DIKS. You dicks. It takes more than a dick to be a man. We got dicks. We got Fort dicks. You hear me? I got to the place where it can't be about none of that. But I do have to give honor and credit where it's due. And I do have to share my pain. Everybody want to know what everybody think. You want to know what I think? I'm glad we thinking. Because too many times I've heard people say it. Hurry up before you can't think. Why say it? You think it sound cute to keep regurgitating shit? It's like you okay. It's 10:48. It's late. It's late in the evening. I've been late. Some of y'all been late before. You prayed for the blood. You know you did. And if the blood didn't come, you made a way. You hear me? So she made a way. I made a way. I let that man cut me to bring my baby forth, to bring my firstborn son. And it was worth it. The pain was worth it because I ain't done yet. I ain't finished counting my money. You do that when you go home. People showing their money, showing their dollars. I'm not mad at you. Nope. Ain't got time to be. I'm happy for you. I'm clapping. But my generation was told every time they learned the rules were changed. I had to come up from under that program. I had to change what was said to me. I had to say no, even when somebody else of authority, even if somebody in the white coat, I had to take responsibility that I laid down before then and then. I was the one ignorant. I was the one following my brothers and my sisters to the military. I was the one following my mom and my dad. And so I eat the whole roll. I eat the whole biscuit, yo. All the cornbread. So that I can truly reap what I sow. Because there are so many that know their own truth. They didn't want to be gay. They just wanted to be happy. They didn't want to be happy. They just wanted to be gay. They didn't want to skip. They just wanted to jump. They just wanted to turn. They wanted somebody to see them. They wanted somebody to love them. Other people, they want to find Jesus, okay? They want to find out who God is. They want to know what the Holy Ghost is. They want to know what speaking in tongues is. They want to know if it's real, if it's fake, if it's Memorex, if it's demon possession. What is it? Why is it? How is it? Who did it? Where did it start? Why come? And I can give you my story. It's not enough to try to hide it. For what? If I didn't do it, your mama did. Great grandmama, auntie, somebody. Why do we care anymore? In the sense of shame. Everybody need tissue, right? Yes, right. I'm answering. I'm answering for everybody. We all need tissue. Now, whether I use it for my ass or whether I use it for my eyes, I wanted to be able to say what I wanted to say without somebody giving me a phone call. They want to talk to you in the morning. Talk to me now. First one smelt it, dealt it. It's been stinking of high heaven. Heaven like, shit. Serious, serious. So y'all get it right. Okay, y'all, I'm part of y'all, so let me get mine right. Now lay me down to sleep. Got so tired of hearing woke, woke, woke. I'm woke. Everybody woke. About it. Don't just be woke. Be conscious. Don't just be conscious. Be aware. Don't just be aware. Be aware of yourself. Be aware of your speech. Be aware of what you wear, and then decide if you want to go to jail for it, hell for it, sell for it, mail for it. But everybody came with their credit. Now I ain't no reason to blame nobody. No, I decided. I said, okay, this is what I'm gonna do. It's my birthday. It's gonna be my birthday. I know how this works. July 4th, Independence Day. In depends. I don't like it. I don't like it. I don't like it already. Don't sound good. They weren't talking about us. Who is they and who is us? I mean, again, we make these assumptions. Like, okay, I don't know what we want, but I'm gonna tell you what I want. I want to be able to speak my mind, speak my heart. I want to be able to have what I said because I put it on tape more than once. I don't want to be so afraid and so ashamed of anything that I've ever said that if they went ahead and purged records and scrubbed cell phones, that I wouldn't be able to look people in the eye if I wanted to, you know. Or they said, hey, you accuse so and so, you know, show your face. Okay, fine. But not on no bullshit. Not on no Zoom meeting. And that's the beauty of what I saw with Monique, because she said something I believe in. That's what makes people human. That's what makes us look up to somebody. Not convince. She didn't have to convince me. She don't change her voice from sitting with one person to sitting with another person. I do. I can. Baby. That's me. Baby. That's me. I play with my voice. I want to be funny. I am funny. I'm a lot of things. But you can hear the stream of truth no matter what I say. Because I say is essay, and an essay is you being written. You the epistle, you walking, you the letter. I'm the law in my own life. And I wasn't ready to suit up and go against blue's finest, because blue is the truth to me. Blue means true in my world. But then I saw people wearing the word pink, and the color wasn't pink. It wasn't pink from when I was started. And I heard people say stupid stuff like, we agreed upon, the word black or word white or whatever. I'm like, okay, I understand that. And I get it on my level. And it's nice to have that out there because it's another perspective. But everybody don't think like that. And some people are not going to be able to wrap their mind around some of these intellectual brain screws. So, I can jack off with the best of them in the brain section. But when it's all said and done, I want a baby to feel safe. I want a baby to know, even if it's 5 years old or 50 years old, that they have a safe space in the world and that they belong for a long, 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 long time. As long as they're willing to face the music, face themselves, face the charges, but to be given proper representation when the time comes. And apparently I got a fool for a lawyer, because I don't know nobody on this planet that can protect me and defend me the way that the heavenly host and the spiritual realm has done. I didn't want nobody to protect me. I didn't want anybody in harm's way. Don't take no bullet for me. Don't die for me. Don't love me to death. That's what I felt. That's what I knew. I'll come again. I'll rise again. I'll be mad. I could be big mad, little mad, no mad, some sad. Didn't matter. That's what you call the knowing. And to know that the majority truly is the majority. People that are just so angry, they don't know why they do what they do. And that is torture. Fear is a torment. A torment. meant to bring you to yourself. And I felt like the world was just waiting on me. And I mean, I still feel that way. But you ain't got to wait no longer. I didn't want to feel like they was waiting on me like y'all used to do in second grade. Like, and even then, as an empath, and I would hear the child in the back, the kids we call dumb, the dumb boys, the dumb men, special bus, and be like, should we use a number 3 pencil or number 2? And I would be like, oh God, here come the moan from the people. And we would, I wanted to move forward too. Don't get me wrong. I ain't finna play because I ain't feel like I belong there in the first place. I'm like, I don't know who this tall lady is, but she ain't my mom. I'd rather be at home eating some cookies or watching her play in the dishwater or sleep or, I came to chill. I want to be one of them cherubim angels. Little fat something. Little chunky V sitting on, yeah, my V was going to turn into a U. I was going to be on that couch. COU on the couch. I was going to be cold videoing on the couch. Okay. My daddy, I would wake up and I had an outfit laying at my head. Cute little red thing, little Winnie the Pooh from Sears. Shut your mouth. Some leather boots. I was the bee's knees, for real. For real. I sat up on the top of the freezer. I was on top of the frozen world. They're talking about the ice caps are melting. It's about time. Got brain freeze. The mind and the consciousness of the earth is ready. And you know what? She boiling mad if somebody don't clean up this trash. You should be able to live a certain amount of chaos at home. What people used to say, hey, look, it's lived in. You walk in my house, you might see some spiders crawling. You know what? They eat the other animals, up there, the insects, whatever. They know what they mean. And if you in my house, how dare you come in with all your opinion? Now, when you ask for a cry for help and you got buried under your own self, that's, again, you still want dignity. You still want people to treat you like, hey, I allowed you to come in, right? There's a certain level of respect at that point. Now it's respect. You're looking at me through your eyes. But I'm looking at you through my eyes. So we're looking at you. I'm looking at you. You're looking at me. We're looking at each other. And you're looking at my stuff. You show me yours, I show you mine. That's how it used to work. But we can't be kids no Playtime still over. Nobody tagged us in from playtime being over. We got our ice cream. We knocked it on the ground. We never picked it up. Never washed it off the sidewalk. Nobody got the water hose. None of that. It got sticky. And then you got your red bottoms, and then you didn't want to wear your red bottoms because, I'm just throwing it out there. Throwing it out there. And number blood on our streets. White blood, red blood, purple blood. It's red, it's just blood. We flood it with information and nobody want to stop and just say, time the F out. For me, I got to get away. Well, when you get away, you got to come back. Then what? This was the best opportunity that the world could give. God, devil, whoever they gave their best shot. Wake up or not. And after you get woke, wash your face, brush your teeth, comb your hair, don't forget your underwear. That's the kind of stuff we were told growing up. Some of it, though, did sound like a curse. It's not a curse until it's over. That's why we start putting period on the end of shit. We're like, we tired of it, period. Okay, so we got to do more than get tired. We got to get more than period. You rest on your period. Somebody do. Somebody should. Pause the men. They seem to be a common factor in this stuff. They fighting over what? Money and land. What's land? Women. What's women? Money. Okay. You might look at Moses and the story of the decree of the firstborn. You might look at this story a little differently, different perspective, a different POV. You don't hear too many stories about a planet where there was all women. You don't hear too much about that. Venus, we know Mars is the god of war. That don't take too much. Take the M and flip it. You know, war, Mars bar. Back in my day, Summit, Mars bars, y'all, it's chocolate, sugar, you know, tell you sweet nothings. Or some just lavish you with the money and they ain't touching your spot, you know. Some women like that's, I mean, that's all you can do. That's the best you can do. And he just trying to work. He just trying to do. He trying to understand why he can't leave and cleave his mama's womb. And it's just everybody's supposedly heartbroken. I'm not. I'm not. I'm the soap opera, violin. I'm not. Ah. It's baby food laced with arsenic. Not interested. I want to manifest my own energy, my own empire, and I want other black women, light skin, dark skin, big face, ugly face, short face, wide face, fat face, skinny face, pregnant in their face, pregnant in their ass, pregnant down their spine. I want them to be able to do, say, feel whatever they want to, and know the boundaries and the customs of self-preservation and self-respect. Look at yourself first and see how you feel. And so I'm the first one. I look at myself. I got on a t-shirt, a jersey shirt with 365 with all the candy life saver colors on it, with some jeans on, sitting on my bed, about as real as I can come. And I'd rather be here on my birthday celebrating because I am the cupcake. I'm the three-tier. I'm the married person with no husband. I'm the one married to Jesus. I'm the one married to my mother. I'm the one that's loving God, and I'm not depressed. I'm not suppressed. I'm not oppressed. I'm not pressed. I still got some shit I want to iron out. But I don't want to be confused by media. So, you do your live performance at home by yourself with, one person, two, and you allow osmosis to take form. You allow the channels, you allow the God above you, beneath you, around you to take effect. Because for some, what I went through, if I just told you what you wanted to hear, would sound petty. It wouldn't make the news. Who cares? So I had to be okay with the outcome. But I knew in my right mind I could not go back to a physical brick and mortar building knowing how I felt about this world. The love and the hate. The hate to be the one and the hate to not be the one. But don't we all do that? Ain't that what we came here for? And some says, no, I ain't even know. I ain't even as much known. Well, I can tell you, I'm old enough to be able to tell you the stretch of the history, her story, my story. And if we keep making everything a business, then it's only fair that we start to show our hands or put the rocks down. And there's no way you can say no to drugs, but yes to Walgreens, CVS, Walmart, and everything else. And Botox, and say no to drugs. These people on drugs, who who are you talking about? For real, who are you talking about? That's my ninja. I'm just looking at this picture. Since I couldn't do my video, it looks like a star, a black star in the middle, like a ninja star. My ex husband told me today that I was a ninja. And that's how the universe uses my quote enemies. I've talked to people face to face. I talked to their wife. I talked to their ex. I have never did have a problem sitting down at the round table until I couldn't. And all that just basically means was I just got tired of hearing people regurgitate stuff. Like, and I think they want that journey for themselves. And you can't ask, because at that point, I would know the answer. It's like, let people sit with it. Let them sit with their own questions like you did. And that was painful. Like people that, you got to cut people off when they tell you who you are, what they are, believe them. I'd be dead by now. Yeah, everybody would be dead by now. 11/11, by the way, and 9/11. It's an open door. It's an open invitation to say, you could stop telling people to go within, go within, go within. How freaking in you gonna go? Deeper, deeper, deeper. Get it, lighten up, lighten up, lighten up. Whoever didn't wash the pan out in the kitchen, because that's how I feel. That's how I feel. I feel as though this is the Christmas presents that people didn't get, so they acting it out. They didn't get the army men, so now they got power, and now they sending troops over. I mean, I hear these commercials talking about, I wanted to catch the bad guys. I'm like, oh boy. What is he talking about? Victor Newman is a bad guy. Victor Newman is a character. And he was surprised, and all the other soap opera people was, quote, surprised how people would. I mean, they finally normalized it for Hollywood. Can't go anywhere without somebody mad at them or asking for the next episode or whatever. And it's like, no, you got to understand. Y'all told us to suspend our belief. And you never told us to, okay, you've been sitting under the movie camera in the theater, and most of you don't even watch the credits roll, so you don't close out the session. You ate your popcorn, you peed, and you went home, and you think your brain was okay. And it wasn't. Because somebody's on the other side of town, scientists and and stuff, talking about your mind makes it real. So we got people talking about the Matrix and people talking about the Truman Show, and then getting mad because they feel like they've reached the top and the pinnacle, and they're bored. They're bored with the same old story, and that doesn't take away from death and the sorrow that comes with it. It's just like, it's just so much you can take. You become numb, and everybody go find their numbness of choice. And some people got special drugs, quotey fingers. Some people got crack. Now, depending on where you are on your rung, depending on how heavy your load, you can make an incision or you can make a crack. Okay? Yeah, those were the choices I was given. They say if you step on crack, you break your mama's back. Man, I didn't want to break my mama's back. Okay? Dead or not, don't break my mama's back. And I cared enough that I started to see the pattern years ago. And I saw how comedy was laughing at it. And yet I knew it was not a laughing matter. And yet I knew they were the geniuses to say, okay, I'm basically, I'm letting off. I'm shooting my shot. It's a kind of therapy. The same thing that quote conspiracy theories say about, the Illuminati. They show you in front of their faces, so they don't have to carry the guilt. You can believe that if you want to. You can believe what you want. But I decided, I chose to let God be God, and I'm going to be a little G when I become a big G, a big M, a little M, a GM, a MGM. Be my own Lionsgate, be my own Netflix, be my own Foxy Brown. And say, this is how I change the world, by truly changing myself, even though I don't feel like I need to change. I'm going to take a shower anyway. My shit don't stink, but I'll go ahead. I'll go ahead. Oh, God. I can't even blame it on this late. I can't. This the 411 on the 709. You hear me? I could care less. After the Lord stayed the hand of the electric bill people, y'all, it was a wrap. It was a wrap. My biggest fear was my electricity. Okay, some of y'all pee on that kind of money for y'all weave every other day, and that's where my knees was knocking. Because for me, it translated that not I had failed, not just I had failed, what all I believed in, that God somehow was not going to be in the ether realm. He wasn't going to be in the, you know, we were so stuck on God being a he. And I had already started to believe in a she, which was myself. And even though I love my dad and forgave him and all of that, my daddy issues, which again, I was like, I don't feel the need to forgive because I'm at a space of accepting all things. Like for the record, I forgive everybody. For the record. That's how they do in accounting. You close the books, you write it off. It says, I have to move on. I can't deal with 2019 and 2021. My past is the past. Well, then why are we dealing with 2019? Is it I? You know. Did I do that? I found out Steve Urkel. I read the backside of Steve Urkel's story that he had Crohn's disease. I was like, oops. Because I was diagnosed with that. And somebody kept trying to peg me as a nerd. And my thing is, I don't, sure, if that makes you feel so much more than a label, than a name. It's not that I care one way or the other, but if you keep trying to program me to be what you need me to be, it's going to be a hard cut when I have to cut you loose. Because I don't belong to you. I don't belong to the nerd group. I don't belong to it took me a long time to get away from the spiritual group. Trust me, trust me, trust me. That's a big one. Energy, God, higher self, whatever you call it. No, I gotta call it. I've got to be more specific, explicit. I gotta tell it like I know it. All my languages. I gotta bring all my tool belts. Cause y'all some crafty mother. Y'all crafty. Y'all is crafty all the time to try to take your place. The backstabbers. Keep your back against the wall. Shucks. And then turn your face to the wall. You know, then slide down the wall. Hold your, get your glutes together. You know, I know what to tell you. Take a bath, take a shower, squeeze some water on your face. Look at water as a cleansing agent, but we know there's some things that just won't seem to come clean. So we stop begging our narcissistic nation. We stop trying to go through the same system that created the system. We do what Will Smith say. You have to become higher than the, the self that got you in the mess. It's called the chain of command, the COC. And who's in command? You. I'm in command of me. I never wanted to rule over anybody else. I never wanted to be the president. You could be anything you want to be. I want to be me. I want my mama's cookies. I want her milk. I want her Kool-Aid. I want her bugles, her fiddle faddle. Smartest person on the planet was my mama. She knew when I was full of it. She knew when I was full of it. And she didn't seem to. Well, I heard somebody told me she said she was tired. I didn't hear it with my own ears. I heard it in the voice because, again, they gave me the words. I put voice to it. And then I began to say I was tired. And I began to make this discernment between dirty and clean and soiled and unsoiled and clean and unclean and tired and retired. And I saw so many contradictions in words and terms. I was just like, I don't even want to talk no more. I just zip my mouth and just put my head under the cover and I bury my head in the sand. No, 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 no. I have full justifiable reasons for not wanting to talk to people, period, to life. And life ain't gonna make me, because that's life. But I want to. I choose to. And that made me have to. And it gave me more than enough reasons, because I have children and I have said things to them as if I was the shit. And I knew I was, and I know I am, and I know they the shit. And I know they got stuff that they want. And I know my wants were very reasonable at first. At first, just get along, do a Rodney King. Can we all just get along? Okay. And then I get a diagnosis for my daughter for a blood disorder. And then they pull on my faith, they pull on my spirit, and then I had already dealt with my own diagnosis, and I dealt with my mama's diagnosis. And, diagnosis murder was not just a show. It was not just a program. It was a program. And I was just, I wouldn't, why was not just it, why? I'm not one of those kind of people. That was called annoying where we grew up at, a nag, a bag, women were called the bag, the old lady. Like, ew, that don't sound attractive. That doesn't sound majestic, prestige, elegant, sophisticated, astute, acumen. That was a new sound I made the other day. Like, look what I get to do with my voice. It seemed like the ultimate Rebellion nowadays is sucking dick. It's just swallowing the whole microphone. That's the ultimate rebellion. It's like if God don't come down after this. We got people eating groceries that ain't groceries. And ew. And other people like, shut up. It's like, less feeling tastes great. I'm just like, okay, well, how do I feel about it? And there was a part that was very funny. At my core, though, it was like people are hurting. And this is comic relief, but it's nothing less than a drug. Laughing is medicine, but why we need medicine? Why we need so many healers? What happened to the word called spontaneous healing? Somebody told me about a diagnosis of thyroidism or Graves' disease, aka Graves' disease, and they were like, sometimes it's just automatically like poof, like fix itself. I'm like, well, give me that. Let's let it fix itself on me then. If he did it for one, he'll do it for another. And that's all it takes for you to believe. And if you got the nerve to hear somebody else say it out their own mouth, you're like, I wasn't, I was hoping you could give me something else. And you gave it to me like, well, there is that one case. Well, tell me about it. What's her name? Where she at? What she eat? How many? What's the odds? What's the percentages? Put it on a spreadsheet, send it to me, fax it to me. Write it on my forehead. I don't care. But you telling me you don't have to kill my throat? You don't have to make me take a pill? I don't have to take the red pill, the blue pill, the purple pill, the purple people eater? I don't have to sign an LLC, a CORP, a HMIT. I don't have to spell. I don't have to. I can. It's nice. It's a privilege. It's just one more discipline, one more way. You stick your tongue out, you put your pen in your fingers, and you try your best until you get it right. And then somebody can write better than you, and then you come up with a computer that's got 4,000 fonts. Well, you'll never beat that. You get more fonts. So we put stardom and the carrot in everybody's face, the bling. Nick Cannon spent $40 gazillion on Mariah Carey's carrot. They took a carriage ride in the park at 9:30 with a 14-karat gold fur coat. Yeah. For their third day dating. I would call this my Whopper episode. I'm so tired of hearing it, the good and the bad. I'm tired of hearing. It's like Jesus stuff. People got buds in their ears. For that reason, they got cotton in their ears. They're la 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 la. They don't want to hear it. But they're afraid to miss something that might actually be it. The pill, the magic pill. I know they say it's not one, but there was before. At one time I feel good. At one time the doctor said, you got to take it all. Take them all. Don't take just two. Don't use baking your own bread. You had that itch that nobody could scratch. But the doctor, doctor, quick. It's going to get funny. It's going to get funny after a while. Laughter is a medicine, and everybody got on the mask at one point. Everybody became the healer. Everybody. When they wouldn't take the knee, we had to, everybody wanted, they showed us the mask. Here, put it on like this. Dorothy's finna go for a plane ride. Secure your mask first. Get your vaccine. See, I got mine. No, I didn't. I got my vaccine. I got my Val, my name, VAL, means value. It says if you want a vaccine, go ahead. That's your business. It really is. It's your business. If it makes you feel safe, get it. If it doesn't, don't. Somebody told me that before it became an issue with vaccine. So I can say it with conviction and with confidence when I didn't want my daughter to have to go to public school and have to get a religious waiver. I ain't like the word waiver, but I went and got it. It says for religious for spirit. Again, I'm spiritual at that time, but for religious reasons, because I'm my own religion. I went out and even got me a minister's license so I wouldn't have to feel like I was lying. Like, okay, I don't want her to go to school in the first place. Period. Okay, I don't want her leaving the house, but I do want relief. Because this is what we prayed for, right? five 5 o'clock, kids go to school. You 5 years old, go bye, get out of here. This is what we was aspiring to. Have the house by myself. I ain't got to go to work. I can be a housewife. With or without a husband. So no. I didn't want, I was like, the first crisis, sickle cell crisis she had, to my knowledge, to my recollection, was when she had her MMR shot. And I told them, I ran in there and I said, mm-mm, my baby, I know my baby's body. She poops and pees normally. Again, it's a cycle of life, poop and pee. And after she got that shot, her thigh rose up and it was hard, at the site of incision. And so, no COVID. And I took her to the hospital because, again, like she hadn't had a crisis before, even though she had had the diagnosis of sickle cell disease, hemoglobin SS. That's what they said. That's what they, said. They came back after they microscope. I had never seen a sickle cell. Still ain't. So, Harumula junkie, don't get me wrong. It's more than what I prefer. It has a little, it's tart, sweet tart. But it ain't enough to cause no blood disorder. I've seen people live worse and do worse, you know. And I'd already forgiven that whole, in my mind's eye, my heart's eye, I had already forgiven slave trading and all of that. I'm like, again, I can't change it. They say it, you can't change it. You can't go back in the past. You can't believe, you can't undo that. You can't unsee that. You can't. Okay, fine. It happened. It did. Okay. I forgive so I can have my energy for myself. So I can have it for my daughter who needs my help because she has this, quote, death sentence that sounds too painfully repetitive as my mother's sentence. Just so happened, they said the life expectancy is 47. My mother passed, transitioned, moved on, died at 47. Can this be a coincidence? So she goes to the hospital. I'm trying to plead my case. She had her vaccine and is doing this. And oh, no, no, no. I said, the CDC needs to know about this. Oh, no, 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 no. It's just, the script. They say this, you do that. They do that, you say this. It's just, it's just. And I was just like, I was mad. I was mad. I was panicky. I was, and yet I was calm because I was taught, by my father to have structure and speak eloquently and get your point across. Use your words. I'm telling them the sequence of events. My child is on trial right now, and I'm standing here with her in her stead. I'm speaking for her. I am her voice. I followed your rules. I want to put her in school so that she can grow up to be, all that she can be. And your voice gets uh, start clearing out your voice when you start to speak truth. It's 11:33 p.m. for you numerology lovers. And so I got my daughter in agony. Okay, in agony. She gave me words, and I have felt the symptoms in my body of a sickle cell crisis. And they're telling me that the MMR didn't trigger it. They didn't want to hear it. Trigger wasn't even a word back then. It was just, no, no, without you. It's just, I can laugh about it. It's my perfume now. It's my perfume. The sweat, the blood, and the tears is my perfume. It is my signature. It is my sickle marks the spot. Is what the Revelation talks about. Look in your book, your black book. The one that possesses the sickle, the Star of David. Want you to be cold as ice, want you to be angry, want you to be a mad black woman. I'm mad. I'm mad. And see, they would call that psycho because you laugh and you mad. Where did I learn that from? It was my daddy. My daddy didn't laugh when he whooped our ass. He didn't whoop our ass, he whooped my hand. Made it really hard to receive for you all who just receive, just or give and take out of, you don't take shit that don't belong to you. But anyway, back to my daughter. They put her on morphine, give her a morphine drip. And you know what the doctors quote the staff, you know what they said? They doped her so much that they was like, oh, she snowed. I'm like, whoa. I know what that means. I mean, I'm no drug connoisseur, but I know that means not what I want it to mean. So you're giving me the alternatives of her being on morphine in the White Hospital with a bill, or maybe smoking a little weed, you know what I'm saying? Medicine, excuse me, medicinal cannabis. Can I buy this? Yeah, no. And to watch your baby and yet not want no handout from no March of Dimes or Sons of Judas or St. Jude or nobody. No offense. No offense. But I didn't need nobody else's sick child to pull on my heartstrings. So I understand and laid down with the pain of my mother and my daughter. And 1,000 deaths will not compare to your own child. So if it bursts a little cynicism, get over it. Sometimes the need of the collective overshadows the need of the kiss my black ass. As she laughs again, some more. It's my birthday, shawty. Make yourself the best gift you can. I carved this from heaven's throne. I want the sickle. You can have the knife. Give me the sickle. Because it stopped being personal. And I said, I'm not stopping with my daughter just got the trait. Maybe it was re-diagnosed it. And maybe this, and I didn't see it, so I can't say nothing on it. Fuck that. It was my faith in God. Turn to my faith in Jesus. Turn to my faith in my mother. Turn to her bleeding and dying and laying down her life the same way I laid down mine. The same way my daughter laid down hers. The same way other people lay down their life. Period. They bleed. And if you blessed, lucky, whatever you want to call it, you get up. But some of us get up with stuff that's you take the paper home. I wanted me and my daughter to write a book together. It was even prophesized, y'all gonna write a book together. And I received, I was very humble. You know, you wrote a book about your mother and you and your daughter's gonna write a book together. I got tired of writing, honestly. 'Cause I'm just gonna live it. I got enough papers over here to start a fire. One paper is too much. I'm tired of picking cotton. I don't care if you press it out and shake it together and cut it up. I'm tired of picking cotton. I don't care if you solidify, make it plastic and stick it in my ears. I'm tired of cotton. Swing low, sweet chariot. Getting a new vehicle. I am the new vehicle. Bill Cosby said you have to hide it in a book. Well, they didn't hide it too well for me. So I got tired of feeling like I'm stupid for not being stupid or not wanting to say something, for being stuck in the middle, for people encouraging me to do something that they won't do. It's like, can I call everybody's bullshit? I don't mind calling bullshit. I'll sit in the middle. I'll be the sitting bull in the bullshit. But can we just call it? Can we call time? Let it die. But I wasn't going to let my daughter die. I wasn't going to let my vows die. I was not going to let my promise die with me. Wayne Dyer, don't let your music die in you. Some of you say you can't sing. Well, talk. You can't talk, walk. You can't walk, lay, roll, crawl, whatever. Just know that you're alive. I'm tired of living. I want to thrive. Well, thrive then. If I can do it without the excuse of all that I've been through, you know how many times I got so mad at niggas? Ooh, I feel my throat chakra opening up. Hold on for the burp. You're welcome. Prophetic 205 right here. I was on my way and I was doing this, trying to sell insurance in Florida. It wasn't as funny back then, but it's funny now. And I had a no call, no show on a agent. I'm supposed to be in training, and they didn't call me. And he tried to give me an excuse about family, and I lit into his ass. Fire in the hole, nigga. I got a daughter. I am a quote woman who's got to try to identify with this patriarchal bullshit, give my body to be burned, and you gonna tell me that you couldn't show up or you couldn't call me? Okay, this is the year. This was the era of cell phones. I said it ain't even like you gotta stop at a phone booth no more and get a quarter. Don't tell me you could call me. I've been through too much. I've been split more than once. My son at home, my daughter in the hospital, and I'm tired, but I got to preach to these people that I know my child. And you're going to try to tell me that it didn't bother her, that you put something called poison in her system? And now you don't want to be responsible for the reaction. You want to hide behind who, what, when, where, why. And when I say, well, then if y'all can't help me, I got to take her home, you threaten me with social services. Damn. And you use a black woman to do it. Underpaid, tired, same thing as me, different energy. I'm like, oh, that's the cornucopia I'm dealing with. I said, you think that's the answer I want to hear to my plea that I have a daughter going in crisis? This is all before y'all's pandemic. Yeah, grits hit those fans. Kiss my grits. Things is good. In the pot, 2 quarts, boiling water. Put some salt in it. Put a top on it. But I had to listen to somebody want to feed me, boo, and then let her lay there, and then want her to play games. Here, play bingo. Fuck you and your bingo. Okay, just let me let that just. I want to sit with that. I face my accusers in this sense because they're not me. If there's anything inside of me that's evil, somebody injected it inside of me. Nah, live with it. Y'all will hear it in the morning. I got one listener. I appreciate that one, that one, that one. I'm, I'm gonna take the time. Can I do that? Can I like my own shit? Nah, they won't let me thumbs up. I'm thumbing up. I got 3 thumbs up over here. When I said I validated myself, I meant that shit. I validate myself. I put the stamp of approval. I'm ready. Heaven can't tell me I'm ready. Earth can't tell me I'm ready. I tell me I'm ready. And for those who are afraid to face their accusers, I'll walk with you. Do like the church used to say, they had the forum, right? Take my hand, I'll walk with you. I'll go to the grave site with you. Just pick me up my vehicle. They might pull me over because I have a. Okay. All right. Isn't that good news? Isn't that good news? Isn't that good news? I've heard enough people talk about panic attacks. I've prayed enough. I've cried enough, fasted enough, dieted enough, exercised enough, certified enough, uncertified enough, forgot, forgave, for up, for down, for life. I've done it all. I've done it all. I wouldn't trade nothing for the journey. Wouldn't trade nothing from the journey. No amount of money, although I do expect money, but no amount of money, no number can satisfy the pain that I know the world has been in, that myself, that my children, that your children, that the school system, everybody having their own taxing. And somebody said the only thing that was certain was death and taxes. And then someone said we are in uncertain times. So you know what? At 11:47 p.m., hello, mom, from the other side, from this side. Maybe death and taxes ain't certain after all. Maybe there was a sin tax era. Maybe. I say yes. I say it is. I say it is. I say I don't have to play your game no more. Mr. Governor. Gov. Y'all better watch Blazing Saddles. You might learn something. I didn't like the fact I didn't see no black woman. So I was not represented. I was not represented in that movie. So I want my money back. I want my money back. I want my $2.99 and I want pennies. I want them in pennies. That should be before 1936. Thank you. I really do have to use the urination room, but I'm having too much fun. You know, in the name of Amy Winehouse, I love a soul. Okay, I love a soul, and I know we have all just carried the burden of conviction, right and wrong. We have carried the burden of I'm gonna get it. Hold on, conviction, but nobody knew how. So guess what? I'll be nobody. Nobody knew why. I'll be nobody. I'll be why. We got a who. WHO. Who's on the panel? Can I talk to him? Please give them my phone number. I'm serious. I don't answer my phone for a lot of people. It's usually show up spam likely. So you know what that does. We like, I ain't got that kind of time. We in a pandemic. I got dishes to wash. I got clothes to clean. I need new underwear. But if we want to play those games, please come see me. So we can play on I come to your turf. I really would fly me. But bring if my daughter feel like coming, want to come. Not she's not sick anymore. She's not. She's well. She's all she's supposed to be in who she is. And she's going to be more. Just trust and believe. But we're here to spread and pollinate more than hope. You know, give hope a break. Keep hope alive. Get hope off of resuscitation. But yeah, all that, all that. It's my birthday. This is my birthday cake. My name's Val. If you if you ever join in, this is me. I can hold water. I can hold my emotions. People say, why did they take so long when they come out? Shh, shh. When you've been threatened with your life, period, one way or the other. When you've been programmed, period. You don't know what program is running. But that's what programs do. They run and then they end. But you are not a program. You're a human being. If you can't admit to anything else, if you can't acknowledge any other thing, I don't know if I'm male or female or you're human. Really, I'm a unicorn. That's fine too. You're breathing. I don't breathe that well. I have asthma. That's fine too. But whatever breath you draw it. Okay? Okay. I'm just trying to get, I'm just trying to get us to zero. I hear some really intelligent people out there, but they get stuck in asking questions and just pointing out the obvious. We got a lot of captains, we got a lot of generals. I'm not here to judge. Please do judge it. Judge it. Sentence it. Let's have recess. Laugh about it. Tell our grandchildren, great grandchildren, great 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 grandchildren. How we forgot that we were the gods of this world. Excuse me. And congratulations to others. I speak my truth because all we got is facts. Facts come over time, over even I don't care how instant it seems, it still went through a process. Everything is not a process. We've taken on these machine words as if they are our own. Keep that same energy. Keep that same energy. Can't keep that same energy. That energy does transfer and transmutes and transforms. Though, and then it's called truth. Some people need to see it, feel it, touch it. We knew that a long time ago that we have people that want to be hands-on, need to be hands-on. We all want to be and need to be hands-on, some more than others. We didn't come here to lock ourselves up in a cage, but we can't decide that there are some bad guys and it's going to take too much to go through the paperwork. Well, what if it's your life behind bars? Then is it too much? If that's all you got is time, then is it too much? If I told you you had been here so many times and that you wasn't gonna wake up if you hadn't heard my voice, we was gonna keep on keeping on. Just keep on keeping on, baby. You got people like Carlton Pearson saying things like hell is right here, and y'all blessed him out. And he told y'all his mama had fasted and he was filled with the Holy Ghost in his mama's womb. He told y'all that. They was like, "Whoop, sorry, we can't, y'all. You put yourself out there, sir." But how many of you know when you put yourself out there and you make yourself a home, you become comfortable with your truth. Like, you know what? I know who I am. I know what I meant to say. I know somebody can use my words against me. The law had already been written that they can and will, not might, will use it against you in a court of law. And what does that mean? What does that mean? Whose law? For what? For why? For when? For where? We say that healthcare is a business. We say that this is free enterprise. We say that we're disenfranchised. And we say, are you Democrat or Republican? Doctor. And you say you believe in the Bible. Then you say they took the Bible out of church. We good at regurgitating. We're good at parakeeting. Good at tweeting and twatting and twicking and twerking and shake that booty. I love it all. I love not all of it. Let me clarify. I love the booty shaking. I do. I do. I don't love that people hurt. I don't love that people cry at night. I don't love that people have to numb themselves. That we look down on people because we hear the word heroin and we don't know that means it's a hero inside of us. I don't like that part. I don't like that white people feel like they have to take the whole sin of the world. I don't like how black people feel like they will forever be silenced and disenfranchised, as if they can't make their own franchise. And again, there are people doing it. Don't I know they are, but they looking for that Calvary. They're looking for me. Okay, I said it. Look for Auntie M. And there was this lion, and there was this tin man, and there was this, and we know, shh, 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 shh. It's just a dream. It's just a dream. Go back to sleep. Hey, what's the weather like tomorrow? Cloudy with a chance of meatballs. This time, baby, we got me. I didn't come to castrate nobody. I came to take my life back. I don't want to be lied to, and I call it. There was no one nurse, no one doctor. I did get some names when I got arrested though. But as far as, but again, it just came back to me. Um, but the hospital bullshit, that's, sorry. No hospitality. No hospitality. Sorry. Vents dirty. People die there. So there you have it. That's my truth. I'm sticking to it. I'll change the narrative when I finish telling my story. Till then, I'm a babbling brook with the utmost of integrity to say I'm tired of sending my daughter off to a school, an institution of any other sort, of any other brick and mortar, and see her beautiful face with tears behind her eyes because she smiles and we have fun and we laugh and we joke with you know, she's got brothers. Don't get me wrong. We got siblings. We family in our own way. In our own way. Because I can love at a distance. And I do. So a lot of people had to learn how to. People kept saying God is bringing his hand down. Whoever did. Oh, I gotta say it, girlfriend, whenever you hear it, you was like, who is this? She started saying orbs and stuff. She was like, whoever you are, let me be your advisor. We'll connect again. I got you on my watch list and all that kind of stuff. Well, we're gonna set it all in order. But it's been set off. Because God knew I wasn't coming out. He knew I wasn't. There have been times back when I was still in church and God would tell me to do something and I was just like, you know, I'm not gonna do that. Let's go ahead and just, what's next? Skip that question. If we have time, we'll come back to that. We'll revisit. But no. You know what? That's respectful. That's respectful of God's time and my time. Until it got to a point where I started hearing people say, you know what, there's only something that you can do. I'm like, no, there's other people with success. They don't have your faith. Yeah, well, they got courage. I send them my faith. I give them Godspeed or whatever. It's just like, I have the right to remain silent. But your right isn't always your left. And your left ain't always wrong. And I just got tired, man. I got tired of hearing people regurgitate the same story. I'm talking about 200 years, 400 years, 2,000 years. And people trying to be nice. They say it's nice to be nice. No, it's just, it is what it is. But it's horrible to want somebody to sit in silence and suffer. It's just fine. If you're going to be mistreated, if you're going to mistreat me, you know what? I've apparently given somebody some power. But while I sit here, while I play the Samson role, you didn't poke my eyes out. Try me one more time, see when I put these. How about we have a tower moment? 9/11 is a sign of pregnancy. It is labor and delivery. It's the legs opening, coming down, coming out. Well, it's the water breaking, it's the dam break. It's not a joke. It's not. It's a yoke. It's a burden to the detectives. It's a burden to the detectives of life that want to know the truth, even if it hurts, even if it's them. I said it in relationships. I was like, if I'm the problem, I'll be the problem. I'm looking for answers. I'm looking for solutions. I mean that thing. And I just couldn't get the answers that I was looking for from him. And so when I looked at Cancer, I started to, I was a lover of words. And I said, okay, that's a soft C. C answer. I'm the answer. And I can still play with that Christ is the answer. But again, we got to take Christ, for quoting fingers, off the cross. Give him your cross so you can get your crown. Get your head back on straight. That's with or without a tiara. That's with or without your hair done. That's with or without the nails. The nails don't make you. The nails don't break you. Now, the nails might break if you don't go to the right shop. Please, somebody tell me where to get my nails done. I want my nails. I want my nails. I still got to pee. Shout out to me for still having to pee. There go the thunder too. It's 12:01. That is the breaking of day. I have rocked myself awake. I'm not rocking, by the way. I'm just sitting still. I'm just sitting here calm. All is calm. All is bright. I'm in my right mind, my left brain, my front lobe, my back lobe, all my lobes. I got the stories if y'all want them. We can have story time, but what makes stuff special is when it's intimate, when you can close a door and make a person feel like this is ours. This is, I don't share this with just anybody. But then somebody violates that. They feel special and icky at the same time. That ain't right. And then you want them to shut up about it. And then you get mad at them because they bring it up 45 years later or 75 or none, not at all. And then you wonder why it keeps repeating a cycle. And I'm not telling anybody to confess anymore. It's like, go in the bathroom, turn on the shower and till the wall, whatever. Write it, burn it, whatever. But from one writer, from one imagination to another, from one breath to another, you have the right to speak just as well as you have the right to remain silent. You have the right to sit in the corner and not be called a coward. You have the right to stand and not have to shake. And if you want to shake, you can do that too. Spotlight, limelight, red light, green light. It boils down to race. I'm not running. I disqualified myself from the human race. You know, you can't call, if this is human, I don't want to be it. I know it's more than, I know we bigger than this. Come on, gang. Come on. What do you say? Hey, sport. Can we let bygones be bygones? Coming from a person who has every right to want to sue everybody. Why ain't y'all telling me to get out there? I'm joking. I'm joking and I'm not joking. I mean, y'all did tell me not, and I'm here. I'm here. Yeah, I'm here. Through it all, I've learned to trust me. I've learned to trust in divine timing. I've learned that that's not some one thing, you know, for everybody. There's no magic bullet and magic pill, and yet there are magic bullets and magic pills. It's up to you and me to decide. Me decide for me, you decide for you. If you need help, call me. I'll come over there. I'll tell you what I did. But if I got to court and swear on a Bible that y'all don't even read, if you tell me my daddy wrote it, you know what I'm saying? You ain't gonna read the whole thing. Well, the first 5 books. No, all 66 books. Read the periods, the decimal points, the backslash, the map. Read the whole thing backwards and forwards, and then come holler at me. Period. Holla. It's the great reveal. It's the great reveal. I ain't want nobody sitting next to me holding my hand telling me I could do it. Remember that Dove commercial, y'all? Those X amount of women was just so happy that they didn't have to take another pill. They didn't have to take another ointment, another salve, another solution. This double blind placebo test. And they started to feel better and look better and think better about themselves. And when they opened the box, there was nothing in there. And some of them just broke out in tears. Like, I'm thankful I didn't have to trust nobody else. What if they run out? What if somebody else finds out? What if it has side effects? All that kind of stuff. Maybe what if it wears off? And for many of them, I'm sure it did wear off because all of a sudden it's poof, pandemic time. Like clockwork. Clockwork black. Clockwork orange. Sons of God, time to rise and shine. Wake up time. Who did it? Who didn't do it? It is a perfect world. It's ripe for us to have to get from behind media, medium, medium, got caught up in the mix, caught up in the juice. You see, caught up, you drinking the Kool-Aid, don't know what flavor it is, some bullshit. Why are you drinking Kool-Aid, period? You know, pick up me some, I don't want the red, pick up me some grape. You know, sugar is just as bad as cocaine. No, no, no. Let's just stop trying to compare shit, period. Just stop. 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 Just stop. That's all I can say. Stop. And another thing, clean up this place. Step for children. Clean. Can we please write a program to clean up the street? Start with the trash. If our life don't mean nothing, can the life of the planet mean something? So if the aliens do come back down, they can at least see that we cleaned up. I don't have enough trash cans for this. I'm trying not to cuss. Trying not to cuss. I'm on the cusp. We don't have enough trash bins in the communities. Every cell needs its own trash can, and we don't have enough trash cans. We don't have enough dumpsters. We have couches and refrigerators and shit, just the whole shebang. Only reason why they don't keep the refrigerators out there is because we can get some scrap metal for that. But when it comes down to cloth and trash and quote the glorified cotton, we have not many laborers. Everybody's sitting behind their third eye. They third eye black monitor. They scream. Let me take a selfie. I took my share. I can't. I ain't got no room with my iPhone. It's like, how do y'all take so many? What phone y'all got? Because I could not get that many in my phone. Ain't no effing way. There was no effing way. Some of y'all got that. It's a joke. It's an insider about how do you get a big fat woman inside of a size 2 dress or something like that. You know, you take the F out of fat and the F out of way, and then somebody, being smart says there is no effing way. You say there's no effing way. Okay, how old are we? How old are we? Whether you 52 years young, 52 years old, 52 years medium, 12. It's 12 a.m. by the way. I like catching the time for my numerologies. My no more ologies. No more allergies. No more diabetes. No more diabetes, dares and pranks. And, slow down on it. We see this thing got out of hand. I don't know if I finished my sentence. I did talk about the Christmas tree. The Christmas where people, they didn't get what they wanted and they got bigger. It's all up in the Incredibles movie. You remember Syndrome, your nemesis. His thing was everybody going to be super. And then basically it evens the playing field. And for some reason, we thought that was bad. Or the movie made it seem like it was a bad thing. They had tracking devices on them. E played more than one part. She was the mastermind. Was that her baby? Was Syndrome her child? Revelation. I bet that was her child while she was busy making uniforms for everybody. And mad and doing the stuff for Elon. But she was bitter. Apparently she wanted, Bob for herself. She was at the what they call it, funeral. She was at the wedding / funeral. The last few heroes were sitting there. Black man had to help the white man take his mask off. Showtime. I'm like, what? This is a show for you? She's serious as pie. She like, I do. He like, hmm, me too, girl. That's what he said. And then they had him in there looking at the white lady. Now, either that was supposed to be porn or cocaine. I don't know which one. I haven't dug deep into it. I didn't know if I would ever get to this place where I just freely just talked about it. I didn't have to go and stitch it together and edit it and blah blah blah. No, just speaking freely. Incredibles movie 101. Black man Frozone. Samuel L. Jackson. The Samuel. The L. What's the L stand for, by the way? Because all we get is an L period. What is it? What is it? Lucius? Is that what? Because he was Lucius in the movie. Ah, snap. Synopsis. But we never did see his wife, Honey. Okay, right? Milk and Honey. Yeah. But he didn't have no kids. But there was an innuendo that maybe when Bob was, with the playing with the white lady. Come on, I ain't got to spell it all out, do I? WHIT. That spells Mister. Um, he was with the white lady. Remember when she was like, abort, abort, abort? Y'all didn't catch that? Abort, abort, abort. Y'all remember that? Okay. Roll tape. Um, you know, I'm just saying, I could break it down. I got all the pieces there, but it was, it's rock, it's throwing rocks, hiding hands. And then you're going to get mad because, two brothers looking at each other like they crazy. No, man, it ain't y'all. If somebody spin you around and then, turn you loose, it's hard to know what true north looks like. Because going up to the snow was not my idea of true north. Say, okay? I was like, Russia or not Russia, mighty win. Acts 2:38, when these times come, flee to the north. Take my chance in Louisiana. I'm gonna take my chance with Lou. Yep. And Christ and Christopher. You know what I'm saying? Because these are names in my family. And I couldn't decide whether Lucy was Goosey or Flora was the floor or, it's like, I don't know what to do with y'all no more. So then came menopause. Then came menopause. You know what I'm finna do? I'm gonna see how long I can hold my pee and my Q. Oh, they just struck a nerve. Black Widow. Black Widow, Marvel Studios. Marvel not. Black X Widow. So this is why I ain't got no paperwork. She got the red timeline behind her. She got the pyramids turned upside down. She's in her white, her black. She's ready. She got her red hair. She's looking fierce. You know, and she's called a Black Widow. Pale as the day is north. Can I be our Black Widow? Can I? For a minute, just for a minute first. I got some hips. I got some titties. I can put in some red hair. And I'm black. that's that's the clincher. That's the clincher. I'm actually black. I'm sorry. I'm not. I mean, I am. Sorry means so. So means plant. Means to know that you're going to get back. Like sofa, Sophia. So means knowledge. You know. when we was kids and had attitude, standing outside talking to your older brother. Mama go get you soap. Mama say, "What you say? What? Huh?" Mama, I wasn't saying. I was telling him you was gonna sew me some clothes. You throw off. Mama knows. Mama heard you. She just want to make sure that you was more careful. Don't get caught saying so like you didn't care about what Mama thought. You know. But Daddy, everybody was scared of Daddy. He raised his voice. No, he did not. You kid? No, no, never heard Daddy raise his voice. Most I heard was, and he had a little bit more than that. But I'm tired and I have to pee, and I do not want to cry down my leg. So, stream now. I will not. Done peeing in the bed for the most part. For real though. For real though. This is like, okay, so I'm gonna talk to my dead mother. Okay, dead is in quotey figures. I'm gonna talk to my dead mother. Hey, mama, how you doing? You fine, girl? Yeah, you fine. Did you fall from heaven? No. Okay. And no, for real though. Um, my mother's name is Joyce, as in rejoice, as in be glad. Her first name is Edna, Edna, kind of like an email. Edna is E. I put the hyphen in there. E hyphen DNA. And when I talk about the Incredibles movie, I think about Etna mode, and guest. So it was like I was just a guest in my own. What kind of stuff? No, for real though, because if you love your mother, and you do, and you love your father, and you do, because you wanted this experience, then you would die for them and they would die for you, and basically that's what y'all do over and over again until you say, okay, that's enough. Okay, so you start to quote what psychology says, talk to yourself. you know Even their own Lily Tomlin said, you know if you talk to God, they call it prayer. God answers back, they call it schizophrenia. So she was hip to the game. But Lily Tomlin had to say it, first. You know, black gotta back it up. Yeah, that's how I see it now. You confirm or not? White privilege. Why you keep saying it? Why you keep saying it? See, I ain't scared of none of you. I am the Black Widow. I ain't go as far as Liz Taylor, but I would have. I would. I wouldn't just. I wasn't gonna put the band back on. I was like, no, don't need to strike up the band. We can. We did. You kissed, held hands. You wanna be with me? I'll be with you. Go with you. You go with me. They was like, hell no, I ain't going with you. Shit, she's crazy. There's that word. You know, that's the label. Put it over there in the paperwork bin. Put a case on it. Wrap it around with a rubber band. Put it in the file cabinet. What do we have on her? Well, we've got her dead mother, her daughter with a sickle cell diagnosis, she with a Graves' disease, sickle cell, alpha thalassemia, Crohn's disease, no medicine, no CVS, 52, no, 40, 51 Christmases have passed, a pandemic. We all got that one. I can't use that one. Can we use that as credit? Give yourself some credit. You have been through at least one pandemic. I've been through a crock pot. The last one really pissed me off when my daughter had to get a blood transfusion. It really did. It really did. That was not that long ago. It pissed me off because I said I wasn't coming back up in here, and I wasn't trying to be mean and rude to my daughter. I was being frank with God, and now here I am going back on my word. So we need to square up, me and this God that I serve. You know, and that's real talk. You gotta get to a place where you stop letting death have a sting over your life. So anyway, we're done with that. We're moving on. We can heal. Ah, God, thank you, St. Louis Lunatics. Thank you, Nelly. Again, giving us permission to just get raw. They got the whole name lunatic. Okay, moon tick, tick 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 tick. No talk, just tick. And I was like, I'm from St. Louis. West Side. Merry Christmas, everybody. It's Christmas in July. I am baby Jesus over here. I ain't got no swaddling clothes. I ain't got no manger. I ain't no manager, no handler. I ain't on no medicine. I didn't take no vaccine. I'm, are you going to sue me for telling my truth? You going to take my house again? In the words of the Jim Carrey, I'm gonna get it. Hold on, Jim Carrey character. Say that once. Is that all you got? Bring it on. Bring it on. Bring it on. Take off that robe, though. Take off that robe, or I get to wear mine. How about that? So thunder, thunder, T-storms. That's what they call the first. Well, they didn't even call it that. They wouldn't even give me the benefit of a thyroid storm, and that's basically a glorified panic attack. Um, if you have one, you can easily have another one. Oh, I don't like that. Don't speak that in my life. You know, that was my thing. Like, no, I don't receive that. I don't receive that. You're not gonna make me receive your bullshit. I really do want to be. Oh God, this is my bladder, and I can control it. We hear people that go into trance for days and weeks, go up on mountains and leave their body, and you get mad. Thank you for the lightning. You get mad because, or you're hurting. We're hurting because people found ways to try to escape the lie, the bullshit. My my everything goes out to Bobby Brown. My everything goes out to Bobby Christina, and just the constant tragedy. And he was careful in things. He was careful. And still came up empty. Still came, come on, y'all gotta stop. We're looking for an accuser. We're looking for somebody to blame. And all we can say is they and the white man. That's all we can say is history is slave. And it's not all we can say. And we don't have to take it to psychology. We don't have to use words. No, that's narcissist. Fuck you. No, I'm trying to be quiet so I don't wait. I am trying to raise the dead. I really am. Man, I was jumping all over the place. I didn't know which way to go. I was like a Mexican jumping bean. It's like the Holy Ghost was just tearing me up. Like, dunk her again, dunk her again, dunk her again. People walking around talking about brainwash. We finna blood wash her. I don't have to go further than my mother birthed me. I don't have to go further than that birth certificate. There's names on it, there's dates on it. If we want to play the accounting game, I said it and I'll keep saying it until somebody with some money feel like backing me up. Who will be first? Step up to the plate. My largest my largest bill was paid on Calvary. Match that dollar for dollar. Match that pound for pound. My mother was approximately 5'11". Oh, I'm gonna just use. Let me put on my. Oh, I'm thinking, the numbers 178 comes to mind. 187. I don't think she was over 200 pounds. She was 5'11". She was a big woman. I saw the Cherokee. I saw the Indian in her family. She wasn't neat and petite. There are places for neat and petite warriors, but when you just laid on your back to squeeze out a baby instead of squatting, see, don't don't tell me. Please don't tell me. Ladies, here we go. Here we go. I finally got some freedom movement. Ladies, that's your blood coming out of your twat. That's your blood. All right. That's it. Yeah, what you want? What you want? Can I go back into my mother's womb? No. No. Some of them took it as far as, kids coming back home, prodigal son. And again, y'all tore that apart. Y'all need to let these boys grow up. You need to shut up. They go out in the world, they get pulled over, they get put in jail, they get scrutinized and questioned. Is that the grow up you're talking about? Or is it the one where they're sitting up listening to somebody regurgitate the Dead Sea Scrolls and raising their hand to go use the bathroom? Where are you going, son? Watch that son shit. You ain't my daddy. You can't wear that. Why she got on them jeans? Why she got on that skirt? Why she didn't got on no panties? Why she got on a bonnet? Why she don't have on the bonnet? Why she, who she, yada, 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 yada. Do you have the cure to cancer? No? No? Okay. All right. Have you decided if you can go faster than the speed of light? No? Is your quantum theory still a theory? It's still a mechanic. Do you have a quantum mechanic in the house? See, I didn't even need my friend to talk me off the ledge. It is raining. There's a there's there's a there's a thunder in the there. I will spit it out. Hold on, I'm getting silly. There's a there's a storm out on life's ocean. Y'all better open up them prison doors. And it's moving this whole way. If your soul not anchored in Jesus, even if it is. I gotta, since I'm flowing in it, I gotta talk about it. I mentioned it earlier to my kids. I said, Derek Jackson with the X. Derek Jackson was like, my problems did not start until after they said, did this nigga really just blame Jesus? And sir, for that reason, I say Hold on, let me pause. Pause for effect. High five, I hear you. High five, I hear you. But since time is fluid, if you was ever going to accept him, you had already accepted him. So the moment that you spoke it with your mouth, this shit just started catching up. You know, your desires, your books, you wrote a book about your cheating heart. You didn't change the names too much. He was true to his form. He was like, Derek is I love it. I'm gonna learn how to do it. Valerie still has not peed, you know. I was talking to the side of the refrigerator today. My kids was like, there's got to be a camera right there. I think she's talking. I think it's audio and the camera over there. We laugh. We laugh because I know my eyeballs is cameras. I know my piano gland, my pineal gland, my pine cone, my pineapple is my recorder. My DNA is my recorder. And, you know, the exclamation point. Excuse me. So, I remember a commercial called Lifeline. And it was, again, it was a funny way to bring across how offensive people would get because they had to have a sense of protection for their children, for their legacy, for their heritage, as well as their own life. First law is self-preservation, I think they say. And so if all you can do is hide under the bed, then hide under the bed. If all you can do is make excuses to get out of that toxic relationship, if you got to lie, cheat, crawl, scratch, who can stop and blame you? But once you do understand, I did that because I felt like I had to. But now, looking back, I might have did things that I can't say. We can reflect in our mind's eye, but then what happens is when we look back, we get another opportunity. It's like, okay, would you do it any differently? Well, yeah, I wore blue that time. This time I wore purple. Next time I wear pink. See if that changes anything. Me, I came full suited in my lifesaver uniform. 365 proud. I was inspired by the Aretha Franklin song that you don't hear very often. Not the respect one, because we have lost all sense of inspection. The one that says a deeper love. Pride, a deeper love. Look it up. She said, welfare I don't need. I work hard. Let me see if I can get it. I'll play it for you at some point. Just play it for yourself. Play it for yourself. Let the Holy Ghost use you. But basically, she said, I get up, I work hard every day. I get up, I put on my clothes because I got bills to pay. It ain't easy. It ain't easy. It ain't easy. It ain't easy. She said it a lot of times. We get up there and we know crucifixion time. We get up on the cross. Who can let us down? Who can take us off the cross? Who? We're told to trust somebody we've never seen. What makes the voice any different? They come with the same suit, with a tie by tie, with a jacket, with the beady eyes, with the script. How many of y'all got a script? How many of y'all would prefer not to talk with the script? I prefer not to talk with the script. I got scripture. Don't get me wrong. I do. I got all that scripture. I got all the Genesis and stuff, but I want a new beginning all over again. I want us to have a school of the arts of, moving our own energy, telekinesis. I mean, we already do it. You just got to know that you're doing it. Know that you know. Play with it, have fun. Um, let's call recess classroom. You learn more about kickball and more about time on the playground than being stuffed with papers. Yeah. You do your homework? Yes, ma'am. Yeah. Okay. I ain't talking about the ones that's got their pants hanging down. I'm talking about my generation. 69ers, by the way. I was or they tried to. I didn't. I didn't feel bad because I was born in 69 and that the crab sign is 69. Okay. Some people call me crabby. I call me sea rabbi. And if I liked ribeye, I would tell you I wanted it medium, not well done. Yeah. I'm not afraid of blood. Not afraid of black back. I'm not afraid of bacteria. I'm not afraid of bacteria. I'm not afraid. I got a sewing machine. So it's just you and me, kid, from here on out. You and your urine. That's another thing. Hydroxyurea, that's the medicine that they powdered up and put in a pill and turned it purple and wanted my daughter to take. And she didn't want to take it. And I told her, I said, sweetie, when you turn 18, we can talk about it. But my faith ain't strong enough for you not to take it. And this, she don't take it now. That's spoiler. She doesn't take it. Um, it's just, I'm sorry. I can say it. I'm sorry, guys. It's just too much. It's too It's too much. I can get free medicine delivered to my door. I ain't signed no welfare papers. I ain't renewed no prescriptions. And it just automatically comes to the house for our convenience. No, thank you. No, thank you. I collect them, like postage stamps or something. Speaking of postage stamps, I have a dear loved one named Michael Cooper that's incarcerated right now. And he has since given his life over to Jesus in his own way. But he's a learner. He's a seeker, and he's very spiritual. Okay, he's Scorpio. Meow to the Scorpio. Shout outs. Um, some would call him a kind of twin flame soulmate or something like that. But basically, he's a friend. Okay, he's a friend, and I definitely wasn't ashamed of his incarceration because again, here's my problem with that. We put him there, one way or the other. If you ever call the police, you put him there because once the police come, it's out of your hands. So either we're going to say goodbye 911, okay, or goodbye 911. I don't know. But nobody's listening to him say, I'm not the same person I was. I mean, I am. Let's get that straight. The quote law is, I mean, hopefully they are because they supposedly, allegedly, this call may be recorded or whatever. Y'all know the spiel. Um, but one of my concerns, I kept asking him over our conversations. He was taking up all my time. I was like, basically, how much of your story is okay to tell? And if I'm ever at fault, it's because I am. I'm always trying to protect the offender and the quote perpetrator. Why? Because what I've been taught since being here is eventually the offender will become the perpetrator will become the offender if there is no break in the cycle. So when people give their frustrations about Oprah's story, It basically says she stopped at the point that she had no more reference. Reference is pretty much the same thing. Referee. And again, what happens is you end up having to take more than one role. So you have to play judge and jury, or you have to play sister and comedian, or talk show host and black woman, and so it's like, how do you divide yourself with yourself? A woman divided can't stand, she can't lay, you know, can't turn over, But it was, again, I'm just using what y'all gave me as information. Uh, Me and Oprah ain't talked. Me and Monique haven't talked. I have the same level of understanding and understanding for both of them. Um, but according to Oprah's, story of the molester, the mole, that's how I saw it, the mole, and um, her she doesn't have a child that she had to make a decision for other than her network. That became her child. That became her marriage. She had sisters and the Gale, which is wind. So she's had encouragement from others, and yet again, there could only be one. There could only be one Oprah in that sense. There's only one one Valerie. There's only one Monique. And she made her name even more unique. So we do this chopping away, and I heard Monique call her Oprah Winfrey, and she doesn't go by Oprah Winfrey anymore. Those initials are OW, as in painful. Because when you stand up and you get your accolades and all of that, you get your Kool-Aid, you say, I want to thank, XYZ. And it's usually first, hey, mom, or if you really go back all the days, hey, mom and dad. But, we understand that it is at least your mom that got you here. But there was a disconnect between her mother and the story of how Oprah came to be. And it sounded very uneventful. Standing by a tree, he asked what was under the skirt, poodle skirt, I think it was, or he wanted to see what was under the skirt. And that's all it took. And if I, if I may, sit on my bed right now and think about, oh, this is a powerful woman. We got things called the Church of Oprah, the Church of O. It's a vow, a vowel, actually. It's a mighty vow. It's a mighty O. It's the Wheel of Fortune, the whole thing. That doesn't sound very spectacular. And you would want to have some kind of, look, ma, I did it, versus, nah, ma, I did it, or nah, daddy. Can't y'all come up with, I'm just speaking freely. So when you end up going into the spiritual realm, and again, you've helped other daughters by, African schools, and again, so basically, in a sense, Mandela became a kind of husband for her when he wrote that check. And Stedman was a kind of steady man, if you will, a post when she began to worry and be concerned. And, he said, why don't you try listening? And she was able to hear it from him because she had him by her side. They walked together, they talked together, so she didn't see any that was good advice. That was good advice. And so things began to act instantly because she humbled herself, even in, this realm of, I'm Oprah, I'm old, whether, you don't know what that, what do we have? We have Prince taking on having to just be a symbol. When the whole band stopped, it was just, did I really do that? Yes. He blushed. He blushed. And I could see his guitar, the whole thing. Say there was a time where that's all he had. BB King, just different people went to source. They went to their source, their rod, their staff, for comfort, for counsel. And then you go to your garden, your Gethsemane, your get. He says me, I'm going to get it. I'm going to get it right. I'm going to fix the mistakes or whatever. I'm going to understand, or I'll never understand because they're gone and I can't talk to them. That's not true. It's not true. You can talk to them. You can get answers. And you don't have to go through no spooky pookie nail. So being that's your flower, you want a more romantic harlequin story, and somebody else can see that it's beautiful and uneventful, makes it even better. They love the simplicity of it, the abstractness of it. Other people, other perspective says, well, that has no fuzz, no fizzle. But it says, I mean, you're old, you're a network. And you got people in there, and people say, don't forget where you came from, and it was just, honestly, I mean, y'all all forgot where you came from. You know, every last one of us. Sometimes you try to go back to where you came from, and the place is gone. And again, we're finally seeing that as a collective, but there were people that, you know, as a child, they never had a home. It was a foster home. And that wasn't a home. It was a bunch of people together under a system. They made it a home. Some mother, some den mother, but then sometimes there was some uh, inquisitive cousin that wasn't your cousin, or they was your cousin, whatever. These are the stories, the plots that try men's souls. But when you get to a place where where you can sit your ground, when you can squat, when you can sit in a high chair, a seat, and say, no, I'm not finna belittle myself just because you don't understand. And I know it cuts. It does sound narcissistic because we gave it a word, we gave it a name. I apologize if you think I hurt you. Emphasis on you. My daughter told me something very similar to that the other day, because we was going through one of those last few minutes, and I was just, I'm glad I let her speak freely, because again, it ties in. So I'm not just talking about somebody else's screen. But we were texting back and forth, and I had to get up. I said, let me go in this room. She struck a chord. And I told her, I said, sweetie, you're making me feel like, whatever. And it was not a happy, positive feeling. I said, trying to make, I'm not going to feel like, I'm the bad guy for sharing my truth or whatever, something along those lines. And she said, I am not responsible for how you feel. And she said it with that, let me snatch this little girl's tongue out of her throat. But again, there were so many other channels that I could use. It was an instant, I think it's the Tetris game or something. It was an instant recalculation for me of, that's not her. I've told her that people have to own their own feelings, and we've definitely said things like that in a context, but not in this context right here, not in this spirit. Kind of like a Peter denying Christ, or when he said, "Flesh and blood did not reveal these things," or "You don't sound like my wife. You don't sound like my daughter. You sound like a psychologist. You sound like somebody trying to give tough love, and this is not the place for that." I'm telling you that what I'm hearing from you, and you're sounding dark, and you too light skinned. You too extra light skinned, sweetheart. And again, I laugh now because I got the last word. I pulled rank, but I did not overthrow her. I just let her know this wasn't the place for that. That was a good line. That was a good one liner, but it didn't belong right there. Sweetie, I'm here. I'm being transparent with you. I'm opening my chest, and here you go with your little butter knife. I've taken enough of y'all stabs, okay? Your jabs, your darts. We've gone through too much. And I've tried that with relationships with men. Come on, y'all. Come on, baby. Time out. Time out. Let's take the gloves off. Let's sit down and take a break. Let's take 5. Let's regroup. And they couldn't give me all of it. They gave me as much as they could. And there were times where I was earlier before I had the timeouts. There were times that I tried to plead and, really get across. And again, it was not for them to do. I wouldn't be here. I wouldn't be here right now sitting on my bed talking like I'm talking. And we call it karmic as if karmic is only bad. We call it, reaping what you sow as if it's just, again, bad. We plant corn, we come up with corn. And if somebody dig up the corn in the middle of the night and plant some cantaloupe and you didn't know it, then you will scratch your head. But it ain't because corn don't yield corn. Corn yields corn. And so we could have something, a baseline down here, over here, under God, over God, in God, with God, through God. It's raining its ass off. Angel said, if y'all ain't gonna pee, if you ain't gonna pee there, I'm gonna pee. HOT spells a red hot pee. I ain't got no red hot pee. But back to my friend Michael. On paper, he's supposed to be getting out in like 5, 6, 7 years. And me and my God says, nah, we ain't gonna be able to wait that long. As God, this Mother Nature, whatever you call Holy Ghost, water, fire, Jesus, whatever you want to call it. Again, it's okay. It's okay. It's okay now. It's cleansing this earth. And that's why I don't have to get afraid when it storms. Thank you, Yolanda Adams. The storms of life will blow. If they hadn't blown before, when she spoke it, they started blowing. And she was in the storm. She was literally in the water. I remember going through those songs, picking them back up, and seeing these people for the first time as human beings. We call them the illustrious, the elegant, the woman of God, she can't be sexy. She's in church. She's got to wear the long dress, You got to come in shape and form. You got to perform. Each and everybody has their form. And I was not willing to throw the Yolanda Adams songs out with the bathwater of the church hurt me, the pastor molested me, or whatever. Again, no pastor ain't molesting me. Okay, let's put it out there. I'm my own mole. I'm my own molestator. I dug inside of myself, and I didn't stop when it felt uncomfortable. And it's okay for us to dig inside of ourselves. It's okay for us to touch ourselves. And it is okay for others to not touch us. And we don't have to justify why we want to be touched or don't want to be touched. Come on, ladies, y'all know after a real good love making session, just don't touch me. Touch me not. No touching. You need to go back and collect. You got to go back and collect yourself. It's like I've just emptied myself, and now I'm ready to be filled again. After the water gushes, after the tide rolls away, after the rain, after the storm, can anybody satisfy with a good enough answer? Yes. Yes. I say yes. For me, and for you if you let it. People are kissing monkeys in the mouth. I heard this one lady on YouTube kind of giving an opening to bestiality, and she was, she mentioned a donkey or something like that, and she was like, I hope that doesn't mean you're trying to have sex with the donkey or whatever, or I'm sure we're not going to go there. And I'm like, I don't want to go there either, but people have already been there, so we got to deal with it one way or the other. We got to deal with it. And if we're still playing like we are 12 years old, 13, we can't stand trial or whatever, then again, we're going to let this rain do what it do anyway. But I was not going to be caught dead, alive, sleeping, or nothing else without getting this truth out on my channel. I don't have to know what's up there beyond the sky. I know what's down here. And I'm tired of looking at white men. Period. No offense needed to be taken or given. I'm just tired of seeing them on the president food map, on my placemat. I had a, what you call it, a placemat with it on there. Um, I'm gonna get it. Hold on. Uh, I guess it's all the dinner mat, the placemat. I don't know. It was a liner, they got them at the Dollar Tree. But anyway, I haven't seen any with presidents on them. But it's like, okay, white, 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 white. You say that 39 times, 4 times, and then you come up with Barack Obama, and then back to white, white. No, no, no. I say no. Just say no. I say no. No. Again, Biden, I mean, hello, whatever. I don't know you. I don't know you. I don't know. I don't know the white man either. All I know is I'm tired of seeing them. Is that fair? Is that fair? Laissez faire? Whatever they mean. You know, let's stop begging to get inside of their game. We don't have to go and knock on their doors like they do on ours. And that's the point. People, if a black person did this and blah, 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 can we establish that we are different? We're not separate and we're not equal. But rough math percentages, we are not doing it on my placemat. That's not a proper ratio. And I'm not counting Abraham Lincoln. He's dead. Let's count the living presidents. Let's count the last since I've been in a room. in my office, in my back bedroom, since I've been on the earth. I can't. I what's it? No solution. I cannot vote on a Scantron sheet that is under these stupid rules. I cannot. I will not. I shall not. Yeah, it's like terrible twos. No. You laugh at first. You're like, this little heifer really mean no. Yeah, you practice it. Get your mouth used to saying it. No. Girl mean. Okay, let me see. No. If you don't understand no by now, uh, please come talk to me. Come talk to me. Even when the spelling is different, Know and No. Even though in the Bible sense no meant sex. So when people say no means no, you're really giving a contradicting context. Okay. And then made women to feel bad on the quote witness stand. Is it a fact? Is it indeed? Is it? Didn't you on the night in question? What it was ice cream and a movie at first. I didn't know it was going to end up me trying to scrub the very skin off my back. Whatever. And then I've seen enough on TV. Again, thankfully, I haven't had to physically feel that in that kind of way. But to be God honest, different. I do not think my brain know the difference. Y'all say it don't anyway. And we wonder why uh, sex in itself feels so violated. The whole thing, the whole sanctitude, the whole section, the whole number 6 has been manipulated and malused. And there's no quicker way than to say my body belongs to me. Before we talk about our kids, before we talk about our man and our boo, my body belongs to me. Say it for yourself. We still trying to heal mama's wounds, daddy's wounds, great grandmama wounds, generational curses. Fix your own curse. Mm. Anyway, so to finish the story, I told my daughter, sit with it. After I told her, don't come at me with that kind of attitude like we finna play psychology 101. We don't, not today. We are we are there. We have arrived. And I still let you allow you your space and listen to your kind of music because I know I've allowed it before and I don't get to come in there and try to play, everybody got to clean up because I got to clean up. If I do what's right, God will do the rest. If I be the example, I don't have to call no meeting. If I do what I'm supposed to do, I've seen her clean her room without me telling her. But that was usually after I had got on my face. And I was going to be happy cleaning my house and going back to some penny ante ass job. I wasn't going to be happy. Let me just be honest. I wasn't going to be happy, but I was going to be peeing in my own soup. I was going to be like, you know what? You can't make black people listen and you can't make white people listen either. And that's why we have a pandemic, because them dishes, they don't clean themselves. We get helpers. We get ants and bacterias and bugs to come in to do what we refuse to do. You don't take your trash out, your trash will take you out. True story. And again, it got to the place where I'm like, I don't like trash. I don't like leaving dirt and stuff everywhere, but I couldn't clean it up enough. It's like I got too much stuff. It's like I can get rid of it. I've seen the movies though; it's gonna just come back. No, I don't even like these clothes like that. Like the problem is bigger than me. We can play this reflection mirror stuff all we want to. You're just looking at yourself in the mirror. Well, you backwards then. I didn't smell it and I didn't tell it. Yeah, but I'm fit to tell it. I'm like, this is my moment. I didn't want to fart in the dark. I did not want to play this game. But here we are. Here we are. And I can tell when Monique just when she gave her most humble reception for compliments. The people that called in and gave their opinion, and again, a couple of times I could tell there were some things said. It was just kind of like, huh. But anyway, a compliment without application to how wonderful we are is flattery. It's flattering. And it again, we know it's sincere, but flattery, you know, ooh, girl, you really told them. Like, uh, that wasn't what I mean. I appreciate you telling me the truth or the fact, your perspective. And again, I did what I did, but that didn't, that wasn't the point. If we don't walk away with both people having a sense of understanding, then agreeing to disagree is a healthy space. It is a place to part ways. But if there's nothing but continued eruptions from other places and black balls and white balls and eight balls and, you know, it's just, we're still hurting. And I've experienced this on a infectious level when I dealt with Crohn's disease, and it was my transverse colon. That's the one that goes both ways, and part of your colon laterally. And there was an abscess, and it was during the Christmas time. Oh, I think it was 2011. Excuse me, 2001. I think it was Twin Tower year, Christmas, because I was in Scott Air Force Base area at the hospital. And again, the S the numbing medicine man, he told me he was going to give me, a little Novocaine, and he's like, little burning, little stinging, little burn, little discomfort. I'm like, okay, again, I got a threshold. I got a high threshold for pain. I can do it, breathe through it, like we practiced. Come on, Val. Like we practiced. Get up, Trinity. Come on, Jesus. Hallelujah. And he, it was burning, like he said a little bit. I'm like, okay. He's like, that's the hard part. I'm like, okay, well, that's the hard part. You finna take away the pain that I've been dealing with. We good. This melon farmer come with this knitting needle. Now he's stuck me with this little pin needle, this little acupuncture needle with a little juice in, a little squirt squirt. He come back with this dagger to draw off this abscess off the middle of my stomach. I'm sorry. I ain't sorry if it say trigger alert. No, shut up. He started drawing off this gray matter. It might as well, now that I said it out loud, might as well have been a Matrix moment. That thing is real. And it was raping the stomach. And I just cried. I mean, I had zoned out and told Jesus, if you did it on the cross, surely, all I got to do, Father, into thy hands I commit my spirit, hallelujah. I went in and and he kicked me right back out. And I mean, that thing hurt. That thing hurt bad. And I was thinking, it's over. At least it's over. That hurt like nobody's business. I done had, at that point, two babies and a death of a mother. And this feels like the worst thing that could have happened. And it wasn't. I have, there would, there would be more stories later. But, they wheeled me back up to my hospital bedroom, and, I'm licking my proverbial and emotional wounds as an empath. And of course, now they got to test my intestines. And the abscess came back. It's like you popped the pimple and it came back again, like swelling up again. I'm like, what? You kid. And so we got to draw it off again. And we're going to really give you some medicine this time. We're going to really, we're going to make sure, you don't feel it, feel it this time. He lied. And I just really felt like this is the most effed up situation that life has to offer. Because again, we call everything life. It's just life. Mm. And again, this was Christmas time. I hadn't been buying GI Joes and Christmas toys for the little girls and boys. I didn't have a girl at that point. It was still my two sons and my husband at the time. And just tears streaming down my eyes, my face. And they told me it came back. Jesus, I'm sorry. A third time. And I said, I don't care. You will put me under all general anesthesia. That means put my whole body to sleep if you expect to go back in there. And that time they put in a catheter, and that just basically means something that would leave the hole open to make sure no pus, no white blood cells, no healers came to try to close it up before it drained out. Now, and that was the third time was the charm, quotey fingers charm. And that didn't change the fact that we didn't have no big Christmas toys for Christmas. We didn't have any money. We were constantly just going through. We just beyond. There is no point in our poverty. But we made it. We get, I would wrap whatever Dollar General, wasn't Dollar Tree back then, just whatever, Walmart, ventures, whatever. I never felt like it was enough. And it wasn't. Can we can y'all stop with that stupid lie too? You are enough. No, I'm not. No, I'm not. I'm not enough. If I was enough, we wouldn't be going through this. Because I've prayed. I've sat on my knees. I've prayed on my knees. I've ran. I've jumped, shouted, be quiet, lay down, go crazy, come back, go crazy again, come back again. And you know what I really want to tell people? It's okay to do all of that. Just, it's okay if you've already done it, but you don't have to. You don't have to keep going through no steps, easy steps. I don't know what the word easy mean to people no more. I don't know what it means that it won't hurt. Numbing medicine, a little pressure, all natural, organic. These words don't mean what they used to mean. Light, dark, black, vampire. They don't mean what they used to mean. If they ever meant that. So every time I went to go lick my wounds, it wasn't that I couldn't tell nobody, didn't want to tell nobody. It was just, you keep going. Because you got people on the other end talking about basically that you brought it on yourself. I don't know why some folks ain't wrote a book, or I don't know why it takes people 20 years to write a book. Maybe you'll find out one day. If you want to know, if you want to do more than not know why people can't get over it. So, like I said, I want people to know that if you don't have the money, if you don't have another buy right card, another coupon, another app, I have enough faith. I have enough. That's what I told that little girl. That little girl being my daughter. That's what got me up out of my bed. That's what took action. I said, baby, we too close to give up now. And she said, I said something about faith. And she said, I don't, in so many words, I don't know what. You saying I've given up, I've all but given up on faith, or I don't have any faith left, or something like that. And I'm like, okay, all right, let's get up. All right, just a few more easy steps to this girl's bedroom. I knocked on the door. Sweetie, I can look at your face. Let me seek your face. You're drunk, you're high, you doing them drugs, you on that stuff. What you doing? You start taking that medicine. It was none of that, and I'm joking on that part. I'm bathing all of this in juice. In a minute, I'm gonna actually get up off my urinary tract. But I've seen people out there who the sons are talking to their mother about sex, or their daughter and mother talking about sex, and having candid conversations. And why did it take so long? I don't know. We're tough. Like, we don't want to be left out. We don't want to be isolated. So then enough of us has to go through the pain. And then we have to lift that pain and show how someone else has gone through more. And then we have to make the connection that it is our responsibility. It can't just be my. And then when somebody says, well, actually, I went through worse. Well, that's you. Okay. But We're in this together. When did they ever care about us? They've always cared about you. They've always cared about the black man. Y'all know that. If you're going to ask a question, get an answer. Y'all don't remember the Tuskegee experiment or the MK Ultra or the whatever these names are. We don't have to go all deep and spooky. What's the difference between needles? Some people decide to wipe theirs off. Some people put on a white coat, some don't. Some get theirs out of a white bottle, some get it out of a clear bottle, some get out of a blue bottle, a brown bottle. It's still a bottle. It's a message in a bottle. Okay? Okay. And this ain't so much for the kids. It's for the grown-ups. It's for the ones. I'm 75. I ain't heard that one, but I've been in this, doing this for 25 years. I've studied. Dr. So-and-so. Thank you for your service. For real, for real. But I no longer need papers to tell me who I am. And I'm not a disease. I'm not a cancer the way you would call me a cancer. The suggestions, the influence is powerful. It is at times, if it were possible, but it's not. The very elect would be deceived. I am not deceived. I am not beguiled. I don't have a friendship so close on this planet that I won't speak my truth. And I've loved deeply. And for every love that's deeply loved, there is a hurt. And you all would rather not hear those kinds of curdling screams. We got to play like it on Hollywood screens, on the silver screen. This is the gold screen right here. This is the screen that reaches heaven's throne. Because many were told, stuff it, suck it up, drive on. You got to wait this time. Until when? So you looking over your back because you got expired tags? You scared because you got your kids in the car? Or you scared because you just left your lover's house? It's like one problem that you got ain't what they gonna find, or they may find something else. It's too much. It's too much. If you're not willing to take every bullet, the last time I got pulled over by a policeman, I said, you better pray. Because y'all ridiculous. He was a white man. Last time y'all pulled this car over for bad tags, I told you what the situation was. And that time it was a black woman. And then she told me information. She was like, well, you have insurance, so that's not a problem. Your insurance covers this car. But I'm going to give you a warning for this part right here. And then I get pulled over the next time for him saying, you don't have insurance on this car. I said, I do have insurance. And now y'all want me to go down on a Zoom to find $75 or whatever y'all gonna charge me next month. And then I get some good doing millionaire, multi-billionaire, trillionaire who comes along and pay. so we could just shut it up and move on to the same problems over and over again. Because here's the problem. If you do it for one person, you got to do it for what makes her so special, what makes him so special, what makes it, we've got a long way to go. No, we don't. No, we don't. No, we don't. We got a short way to get there if we want the answer. If we really want the answer, if we want to play tiddlywinks, you can do it by yourself. Do it by yourself. I've made my peace with God. They got. I'm sure if they do actually make recordings for imprisonment and offenders, then they need to make sure they take my statements about how they treated me when I came up there as a guest to see him, and how many contradictory things I was told just to get past the gates. And once I did get in there, they sat there looking like, ooh, what will the two primates do? Don't touch him. Keep your mask up. Got this whack-a-mole spirit. You can't wear that. You can't do this. Some kind of twisted, sick, and woo, Jim. Oh my! I hope it's been coming out clear enough. I just moved my microphone up. See, I had a problem with the whole drops mic and walk off thing. One, I think mics are very expensive. That's first. I don't think it's giving true value to the meaning of having a microphone. Clearly, you didn't pay for the microphone. See, that's the other problem, is when you can just throw the money at people. I'll tear the room up because I can pay for it with my dollars. No, no, the paper is an IOU. That's all the paper is. It's the value that's in trend. It's trending right now. It's popular to be a millionaire. Get you one. I make money in my sleep. Me too. that's that's funny. That's ironic. I just don't see mine yet. So what's the deal? Enough people know the truth, but they don't know how to come out. And I just, I guess I was there with it. It's like, I don't know. I don't know I mean, I know what to say because I'm going to speak from my heart. This ain't nothing new. I have to make up nothing. People running around and say, I can't make this up. No, you can't. I can. I did. Lived it. I made up my bed. I made up my mind. I made up my life. But I took a lot of learning trips, a lot of trips to the classrooms between surgery and going to UMSL and community college, trying to get that piece of paper to be validated by society. See, I'm square. Somebody asked me if, it's like you got your, master's or whatever. It's like, no, I don't. You sound as one who would have your college degree. I got a degree. I got a degree of student loans, a degree of suffering, of trying to make it from one class to another, trying to make sure books were paid on time, make sure, money was held from us. The money, you got to go to the first few classes. You can get enough money to get your books, but you can't pay your, some people get the money and pay the electric bill, trying to learn, trying to earn. And then here, the one I really can't stand, we all gonna die. Everybody got an expiration date. Speak for yourself. Speak for yourself. You don't know what I got. Stop just regurgitating stuff just because somebody else said it and you thought it was cute. It sounded good. Ooh, that's a narcissist. It's like moo cow. We've laughed it off for so long we forgot what's funny. So I had to sit with this. I had to sit with the cries and the curdles of the fake actresses, the fake Black Widows, the fake Ant-Mans, the fake Messiahs, the phony baloney, the impossible meat. And pray to Jesus that I'll have something to say to face these bills in my name. And my only real hope had turned to tarot. Yes, Tyrone, without the N. Like, and it just kept coming up. Justice, World Card, Real of Fortune. Y'all can see it's on YouTube. I can't make all them channels, not by myself. I decided, okay, they didn't called me out. I'll get out there in a minute. I want to wear something nice and sparkly, but I don't want to give up my sweats. My daughter wears a bonnet. I don't wear a bonnet, but she does. Sometimes she goes to the store. There was a time where she didn't want to wear a bonnet to the beauty supply store, and she was like, this is kind of like a free zone. This is like neutral zone. Everybody know why we here. You going to the store so you can take off the bonnet. Well, maybe their store was a little further away. They had to travel to their store. Maybe they wanted to get it from the actual place. I don't know. I said, we never know until we ask. Excuse me, ma'am. Do you have a hair appointment? Do you have a hair appointment? May I make you one? As your personalized connoisseur, can I make you a hair appointment? Now, I do not do my hair myself, nor do I have a stylist for you. However, surely on your Google, on your Facebook, there is someone who can give you a yaki, a sew in, a braid down, a flip up, a twist out. Uh, uh, your glory, ma'am, your glory, your glory. Fix your glory. Your slip showing. You got peanut butter on your breath. I know we all trying to help. I know it. We trying to help ourselves. Michael Jackson prophesized Thriller. Thrill her. Thrill me, baby. It's close to midnight. Something's evil lurking in the dark. I think he said outside the moonlight. I don't have the lyrics in front of me. But it's whatever it is going to stop your heart. And then we have Vincent Price to give the narrative at the end. And he laughs. God, I still ain't peed. I want to go. And it's raining outside. You know how I feel right now? It's raining outside. It's been raining. And I have to use the bathroom. Now, if I was a betting woman, I would drink some of this water that I see across from me, and I would sit down again till like 2 o'clock. I'm not into that kind of gluttony of punishment, but it just shows me that I can bear myself. I can bear the pain of good news if you're willing to accept it as good news. You had enough bad news. They told you with their own mouth these would be uncertain times. I'm telling you with my mouth. I am for certain, as sure as my sixth grade teacher name was Miss Burton. I am certain. I am for certain. I had some more sixth grade teachers too, but that one's the one that I'm talking about right now. I'm okay. So my urgency to pee has kicked into a higher gear, a higher calling of praise. This is my relief. There's the lightning flash, and I passed the test fart. And now, just a little vulgarity for the testosterone in me. I want to stay with you all night. I want to rock you in my arms. I want to tell you that everything is safe. And for the first time, I actually know it, not just believe it, because I was pulled through. And I'm coming without my fanfare and my box opens, and I had those lined up. I got years of archives lined up to try to give you my best. And again, I just kept telling God, I don't, a friend of mine, a sister of mine, she was like, she don't need the tarot cards. No, I don't. I don't need to be scared into anything. This world is scary enough. I've made more than peace with God. I've made joy. I've made sweet communion with the Holy Ghost. And after a while, again, it just got to be, what about, is it man over woman? Is it hand over fist? What is it about? Is it just about speaking your truth? Is it about, quote, saving the world or save yourself? Change begins with me. These cliches that they sound good, and I know they're making some kind of progress. I'm here. But to a world that has allowed themselves to lie or to see lies told and still be told to forgive, but then people still keep going back to the offending agent. And we seem to be, as a people, again, I'm not everybody, but too many have the main focal point. Too many have the dollars to censor, to edit, to copy, to paste. And what I heard from Monique the other day when I was watching her workout video, she's like, I just please, don't YouTube, please don't take this down because of a copyright, music thing. I'm trying to help women, I'm trying to help us. And we know that people have taken stuff and stolen it and did all kind of foolishness with it. Her integrity shows. Everyone's integrity shows. You just have to know how to interpret it. Some people have learned how to say whatever they need to say and shake their head and, I'm not lying, Mom, I'm for real. I'm for it. Fear can say a lot. And sometimes we fear losing another battle. And it's like, I know I'm right. And then what's left? If you're right, what's left? Wrong? That's not the only answer. Me being right doesn't mean the other person is wrong. Being left don't make it wrong. Being lucky don't make it wrong. It don't mean you ain't blessed just because you lucky. But we have so few words broken down and so few words shown on a gradient to where they fit. Whenever they wanted to take my daughter's uh, medicine dosage down from morphine, so we got to get it low enough to where she can take orals, take it quote by mouth. We have to wean her off. But if you don't have somebody endorsing, if you don't have Medicaid, if you don't have Blue Cross Blue Shield, if you don't have dollars, we stabilize you, we catch you and release you, we throw you back in the wild till you come back again. And certain diagnoses get priority because we want to quote stabilize you so you can get back out there. Get back out there for what? Who wore it best? This versus that? Anyway, in all way. It's quarter to two. It's July 10th. Happy birthday to the July 10thers. This is the great conjunction function. This is the new moon promised. I went down every road. I went down every hall in my own mind's eye, in my own heart space, in my own soles of my feet. No amount of I'm sorry from a man, no amount of I apologize. Not at this joint, not for me, not for me. I can give you an apology if it'll help and it'll be sincere. And I would do my best to allow those people to come through that are said to be on the other side or in a better place or a worser place or another place. I do channeling. I do. I didn't want to feel like I was holding God hostage. I mean, I did. I did feel that way. I didn't want to feel that way. You let my people go, I'll let your people go. You let Michael go, I'll forgive the white people. You dismantle the system, give me my millions or whatever the number is. But again, I got back down to, you know what, my overhead 1,500. I do want the tree down in the back. I could do quick math. I knew it was not going to take a million, and then I hear somebody say, "Well, if you spend a million, you're gonna want more." And like, I don't necessarily agree with that. I want us to be able to utilize the technology that we already have, been had. People that died for it, cried for it, sighed for it, lied for it. The power of the eternal sun that shines every day. And I think we should be able to reduce the look of the solar panels on the roof. But even if we don't, we can do solar panels on the roof and a couple of battery generated powers. And we don't need Amarin running around Inspire going up and down the street every day. We got all these empty buildings around here, and we got people that care. I want a few of them with my name on it. I want a few of them with the Jefferson name on it. I want a few of them with my mother's name. A lot of them with my daddy's name. Just speaking my truth, speaking my life. Everybody's talking about manifesting. I'm feminine festing. I'm woman festing. I'm mother festing. I'm nesting for all the people, the women and men and people that don't know how to feel from the inside, and they finally speaking their truth. I feel like I'm Chinese inside. I feel like, you eat enough Chinese food after a while. Come on, eat enough pig, you're gonna do it. You're gonna do it. Okay, I'm gonna quit. I'm gonna quit. I'm gonna come back to you all, but I'm gonna stay out here as much as I can so that I don't retrieve old stale energy, because it is a place. It is a place of comfort. Excuse me. I'm not here to disallow people's feelings and to tell you that you should be doing something different than what you're doing. Whether it was the red eye, the black eye, or the blue eye, we all have eyes and we all make a decision. Some people, I've heard it. I'm going to keep talking for a minute. I still got to pee. It's worse because I keep talking about it. But some people have said they cannot leave the house without their face on. This is long before masks, the masquerade. They did not feel comfortable if they didn't have full dress attire. I got to take a shower. I got to put on my clothes. That was their law. Other people, sweetie, we need to get over there to see Auntie so and so. Or we going on a girls trip. I'm not finna waste my hairdo in transit. Shoot, I will be all right. We gonna be all right. This is girls trip. It may not look like the way the movies did it. I remember sleeping in a hotel. Excuse me. I remember sleeping in um, an airport in 1989, pregnant. I'm sure I wasn't looking my sharpest. And it wasn't even the best of a proud moment. I could go into the story, but I won't for peace sake. For peace sake, and the fact that I don't have to air all of my dirty laundry. We want people to bleed in front of us and tell, oh, I've been raped and sodomized. And, oh, girl, what color was it? And it's like, okay, pile on all of your pain and let me see if you deserve a reward or not. Let me see what kind of accolades we can get. Girl, that ain't nothing. And we diminish, we desensitize. We ask the questions out of ignorance, out of curiosity, out of trying to make sense out of it all. 10 years, 15 years. You couldn't run away, you couldn't hide, you couldn't, you just got to have faith, whatever. And we just grab bag shit. Try this on. Try this on. See how this fits. Until after a while, the world has just judged itself out of judgment. The billion-dollar industries, the trillion-dollar industries, sports, makeup, and fear. And your reputation is supposed to somehow survive the proper shade of makeup, the proper shade of the color match, the swatch, the Rolex. And I see people trying so hard. I mean, really hard. I was just happy to put on my hot pants. You hear me? I heard somebody say, Y'all got that grandmama mindset, and they were referring to. Oh, I want to talk about it. I really do. I got time. I got time to talk about it later. But once again, for the third time yesterday, I still ain't peed. This message is for everybody. Me first, me second, me last. The elixir of life is having the ability to put all of your moments together, enough of them to see the pattern. We were taught that in school, so school did teach us something. To recognize pattern and color and tone. Sending you all hugs, sending you all love, sending you all whatever medicine, whatever mediation, remediation that you need through voice, through intention. May everything that I said be taken in the spirit of truth by which it was given, and I'm confident that it will be received. Have a good night, and I will see you again at 1:55 a.m. Central Standard Time. Have a good night, or good morning, whatever. Good evening. Yes, it's the end stream.